मोटू पतलू।
जो हक मैंने बच्चों को नहीं दिया वो तूने दिया।
अच्छी आदत है।
सिखा सिखा कर
हमारा काम बढ़ा दिया।
Let's have some fun, yeah.
So the world no longer.
I think it's okay. Good.
बुखार है अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बम्बे वो 80-90 पूरे 100 में लगा धागा चोर निकल के भागा
अरे किधर जाना तुझे एक बाजू रहना भाई इधर जा तो इधर आती उधर जा तो उधर जा नॉनसेंस
Johnny, Johnny,
Yes, Papa.
eating sugar,
No, Papa.
telling lies.
No, Papa.
Open your mouth.
Ha ha ha.
कैसा बबीता जी
अब से रिमोट वाली लड़ाई खत्म। जब जब गट्टू चिंकी आएंगे स्क्रीन पर, गट्टू और चिंकी मम्मी के लाडले हैं, वहीं पापा के दुलारे। दोनों एकदम टाइम पर खाना खाते हैं, दादी से कहानियाँ सुनते हैं, स्कूल भी टाइम टाइम पर जाते हैं और खेलने कूदने में भी आगे हैं। दोस्तों के दोस्त है तो टीचर्स के फेवरेट। दोनों आपस में झगड़ते भी बहुत है और जरूरत आने पर भाई बहन की एकता का बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल बनते हैं।
Hello,
कुल
check,
मिलाकर
1 2 3
छोटा
check,
पैकेट
1
बड़ा
2 3
धमाका है हमारे गट्टू और चिंकी। परिवार की खुशियों का असली पिगी बैंक है गट्टू चिंकी।
All right, so good morning to one and all. Lovely, happy faces over here. Hello, 1 2 3. Let's go ahead. So good morning, one and all. Thank you so much for your patience. Welcome to Nickelodeon Presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rainshine Entertainment, associate partners Neela Film Productions, Mad Over Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, 24 Frames Digital, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. For more details, you can always go on to www.indiakidssummit.com and also the two websites www.iwmbuzz.com and manranjannews.com. Kids business in India has seen an encouraging, impactful, impressive rise in terms of content creation, innovation, and engagement. From animation to fiction, non-fiction to educational apps, which makes kids learning all the way more entertaining. Kids, as a genre, is here to stay and grow in leaps and bounds. IWMBuzz.com's India Kids Summit over the years has emerged as a marquee product, bringing together the best from the kids' content, business, and advertising space. In its fourth year, the summit brings together the custodians, creators, marketers, influencers under one roof to discuss current and future trends of kids' entertainment content business in India, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go forward, we have pilot Nihar over here. Can we please call him on stage? Respected gentlemen, Nihar. Huge round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. So Nihar is going to share something interesting. The stage is all yours, sir.
Hi, I am Nihar, your captain, and I would like to welcome you all on board to Turkish Airlines flight number KZ2207.
Thank you so much, Nihar. Let's fly.
KZ2207. We are about to take off to the journey of India's Kids Summit. So I request you all to please fasten up your seatbelts and secure all baggage under your seats. The weather looks good, clear skies, but in case we expect unexpected turbulence, please do not panic. Thank you for choosing us. Enjoy your flight.
Thank you, Nihar. With your guidance, no turbulence is going to be disturbing. On that note, may I please call upon stage firefighter Shaurya over here. Shaurya, welcome.
Hi, my name is Shaurya Bendarkar, your senior firefighter from Fire Department of Kidzania. Welcome to India Kids Summit. I am here to brief you on what to do in case of fire emergency. Step 1. Raise the fire alarm. Step 2. Evacuate. Step 3. Make your way to the assembly point. We have 2 exit doors. One next to the TVS motorbike studio, and the other one next to the Fotado School of Music. Our team is well trained, our fire truck is on standby, and we assure you a safe evacuation. Thank you, have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Shaurya. You are a hero. Before we begin the proceedings, we have a special dance performance from the kids of Kidzania over here. So can we please loudly cheer for all of them? Because they need all our encouragement. Can we please call the kids on stage for the dance performance? What an incredible dance performance. I was almost having the urge to go myself and dance. I'm pretty sure a lot of you over here must have had that as well, but it was quite difficult. Can I please have those boots once we are done with the show? I would love to have those boots. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. On this note, we are about to begin. May I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz.com, on stage to go forward with the proceedings. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, Subhojit. How are you?
Hello, sir. Always a pleasure. What I really want to know is that this is the 4th season of India Kids Summit Season 4. It started as a property with which you had quite a lot of vision. Eventually, it has grown. What do you think has been the most significant growth point in India Kids Summit?
I'd like to begin by thanking Kidzania for supporting us throughout. We kind of co-curated it in terms of the thought vision. This year, we got a lot of inbound queries in terms of be speakers, partners, a lot of people who wanted to attend the event from across media and advertising space. So as we grow into the 4th year, not many years, but 4th year, post-COVID also we are back. So the idea is that when we reached out, the response was pretty strong. Though kids is an emerging space in the Indian ecosystem, but a lot of people showed a lot of interest to come attend, be a part of it. As I was coming on the stage, someone called and said, can I come and attend? I said, please come. We have just started. So the response has been phenomenal this year.
You know, as far with the time when India Kids Summit started, from then to now, if I have to ask you what has been the most significant change that you have seen in terms of kids content and kids business, because it is something that's very volatile and keeps on changing, right? What do you think has been the biggest change?
I think the entire idea was to start this and not treat kids business as it's something in silos, or put it in part of a panel of a larger conferences that we do, because be it Nick, Kidzania, all the partners that we have, they are strong players in the overall advertising pie in the country. We have learned over the years that we should be open to feedback in terms of the kind of speakers we want to call, the kind of agenda that we want to draw. We want to bring it as holistic as possible, that we're talking about experiential marketing versus metaverse. We're talking about branded content. We're talking about influencer marketing. We have Sir here talking about the kids booming business in India from Lego. So this is where we have the agenda is very, very holistic. We have tried to capture as much possible so that the inputs are people can take home. We are live streaming it on 3 platforms of ours as we speak. A lot of people are watching it. My team says a lot of people are gradually tuning in, and everyone can share your pictures, share your sessions, hashtag India Kids Summit on social media, make maximum buzz possible so that we can reach out to the larger audience.
You know, IWMBuzz has grown immensely. You know, we talk about the Hindi space in terms of Manoranjan News, English, IWMBuzz.com as a platform in terms of editorial, in terms of YouTube. It has grown tremendously. If I have to ask you, what is the goal that you have set for yourself in terms of 2023?
Now that the COVID is over, we will return with more vengeance in terms of the IPs that we do. We do 7 IPs. We want to do at least 10 to 12 this year. Go south, go east, look at good relevant partners like Kidzania to ensure that we do much more in a collaborative space. This is an era of collaboration. We are looking at collaborating with like-minded people, doing a good job, and scaling it and doing justice to the people's time who have come. And we ensure that this season also people will take away something very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your note.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, on that note, may I please welcome on stage Rahul Dhamdhere, Chief Marketing Officer, Kidzania India. We have a special note from sir.
Good morning, everyone. And we don't say good morning at Kidzania, we say Kai to everyone. That's the language we use in Kidzania. Kidzania is a nation specifically built for children. I think the concept goes way back to 1999, 1998. We are present in 22 countries and 28 Kidzanias worldwide. We are there every year, every 6 months we are opening up. In India, we are present in 2 cities. One is Bombay in our city, and the next one is in NCR in Delhi. This is 75,000. The Delhi one is, 100,000 square feet. We're coming up with a new one in Bangalore very soon. So that will be up for discussions as we go further. But yes, India Kids Summit, 4th year, fantastic initiative by the IWMBuzz team. I think Kidzania is very honored to be a part of it. I have just joined here 3 months back. So when I heard about this particular summit, I think it's a great way of interacting with like-minded brands. And specifically when we are talking about children, I think those are our future generations. And how we mold them is all depends on us, and how we take them forward depends on us, right? So welcome. Have a great day at Kidzania today. I hope the sessions are informative, educative, and great networking for all of you, right? Thank you very much. Also, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next, the keynote speaker. Steen is here from Lego. He's the country head for Lego India. Lego is it's a personal favorite of mine. I have grown up with Lego since the day, 40 years back. It was the day during a Saturday, Sundays when we actually sat with my father and made Lego on a Saturday and Sunday together. I think it's an amazing brand, and it'll be great to hear Steen and the thoughts about India from him. Welcome, Steen.
So Steen Kockenberg, sir, is here.
We look into what is actually needed in the world. We ask kids, they are unfiltered, the best focus group that you can get for any question you have, because they will not filter things, they will show you exactly what you think or what they think, and they will give you the truth without you having to look for it in the background. We're relatively new to India, so we have been working with distributors before, and started basically in 2020, which, as you will all know, is probably the worst time you can start any business in India. We then went into having our first invoices done sometime in August, and then in 2021, BIS hit. And I can't speak about the Indian toy business without also just relating a little bit to BIS. So from our standpoint, BIS and the quality control order that came in from the government is a good thing. We probably all, at least in the toy business, were a little bit stunned about how radical it was, but it's fundamentally a great thing for India, both for now, but also for the future. The idea was to increase the quality of toys produced in India, but also to prevent the imports of low-quality toys coming from outside. And then for a future perspective, actually build India as a toy exporter. I mean, when you course of very few years, you can see the bar of imports and exports. India has moved from being a net importer to a net exporter. Now there's still some way to go, and some of the things that we're doing in the toy industry, I think we can do better, but we need to get those innovations up and running, and we need to get kids at the base of this, and that's actually what I want to share today. Only 22 companies have got import licenses active right now. The Lego Group, we're holding 2, soon 3 of those are licenses. We're getting all of our products in from Europe. So that's how we operate in India. We're the first company to get imports into India from outside. And I'm happy to share that now we have more products coming in, more quality products coming in. The Lego company's vision, as I said, we have kids in our mind and in everything we do. It could have been written by Kidzania. So, big applause and thanks also for hosting us here today. Our vision is to create a global force of learning through play. And what more could describe the atmosphere that we have than learning through play? Kids learn through play. They learn through role-playing in this area. They learn through playing in other areas as well. And that play actually helps them learn for their own future. As operators in the kids business, as I mentioned, we have an obligation, because we are the ones that are closest to the kids outside of the family. We have an obligation to deliver much more quality, value, and learning to the kids, because learning is the most important part that we can give to kids going forward. I'll share a small story on how important play is for learning. So from a company point of view, we're looking at play as the catalyst for learning. We have a strong motion to actually get those kids into playing, because through play, they will actually learn.
And what we would like to see, what I would like to suggest here is that we bring the kids forward, not as the end receiver of a product, but actually as part of a developer of the products, whether that is content, it's toys, it's anything else that's got to do with kids. This is so important that we can actually drive that going forward. Here's a small video, and it's created by a part of the Lego Group. So we have a part of the Lego Group, it's called the Lego Foundation. They basically own 25% of the toy company that you know, and they use a lot of those in proceeds to do research around kids learning. They also use it for charity. So in 2022, we spent $500 million helping kids in need all over the world. So that's part of the charity part. Another part, an important part, is actually doing research on kids and kids learning. You just see a small snip of what play is so important for kids. This video has come out from curated research done by scholars from all over the world. And you'll see a later video on how we bring play into a more systematic way of learning. So from our point of view, what is the kids' business? Well, essentially, kids' business is everything that parents are spending time and money on for the sake of the kids. So it's whether it's school, it's kindergarten, it's education, it's going to Kidsania, it's buying Lego bricks. All of that is the kids' business. And all of that is coming to kids from the outside. They can't really do anything themselves. They are forced into whatever we're giving to them. We normally say with Lego that when kids are 0 to 5, we have the parent as the decision maker. Once kids, and those of you who have kids, around the age of 5 will know this can come a little bit earlier, it might come a little bit later. But at some point, as a parent, you're no longer a decision maker, you're really just the budget for the kids. And they will decide whatever they want, they will tell you what they want, and you will give it to them, as long as it's within the budget that you have available. So for us to grow the kids' business, it's important that we encourage parents, tell them, let them know that it's actually okay to spend more on toys. If we look into how much we're spending in India on toys, even among the top people who have more money than most, we're not spending nearly as much on toys in India as we are in other markets. So we need to encourage parents that actually toys is not just part of keeping kids quiet for a while, it's actually part of their learning journey to become wholesome people for society. We also need to deliver products and services that truly deliver on the promise of developing and supporting kids' development. That's what we have as our to-do list as people working in the kids' business. I'll share another video now, and this tells about the 5 principles for learning. And the reason I'm telling this and not having all the big number charts is really that if we can go in and take those five principles of learning, make them our own, then we know from research, because it's not Lego saying this, it's actually scholars around the world, professors in universities all around the world saying these 5 principles are actually the ones that will deliver learning through play. So as long as kids have fun, they are learning. They don't know they're learning and they're not told that they should learn, but they have fun and they learn in that process. What is it that needs to be done in that process? Well, it's the 5 principles of learning through play. So please take the video, and while you see the video, it's about 5 minutes, so it's not very long. Please consider your own business, because obviously I don't know what business you're in, except that you're in the kids' business. And consider whether some of these principles could be applied to what you're doing today, or could be applied to some of the things that you're planning for the future. Because if they are, you are truly also driving a higher purpose than just delivering profit and revenue for your shareholders. That is the business of kids. Oops, sorry.
So, the world no longer rewards people for what they know. Instead, the reward is for what we can do with what we know. This is the new reality our children face. Life-changing technologies, jobs that haven't even been invented, and all sorts of challenges that we can't foresee. This means that what children learn and how they learn it must also change to look a lot more like the way we naturally learn, through play. But what does that look like in practice? Here are 5 characteristics of learning through play. Number 1, actively engaging. So coming up with ideas, or just learning something new, is much more likely when you're actively engaged. Does that mean to dance or to jump around? Well, it could, but it doesn't have to. It's more about becoming so involved, so invested in what you're doing, that learning happens naturally. Like when children solve a real-world problem that matters to them. As they brainstorm and conduct research interviews, they're immersing themselves in the subject. Or when they demonstrate the same level of involvement with creative technologies, taking a hands-on approach, building models, and getting immediate feedback when the models are tested, these children are focused, eager to explore and challenge themselves. Number 2, socially interactive. We can of course play and learn on our own, but when we share our ideas, something happens. We get the chance to see something from another perspective, to explain things, negotiate, and then reach a compromise. We learn to communicate and engage with others. Like these children. Their handyman needs more space for his tools, and the kids have decided to help. They're tackling a problem that's relevant to them and people they care about. To actually design and build a solution together requires successful social interaction. This is a way for children to practice the most important skill for future jobs, well, and life in general, being able to operate in a team. Number 3, iterative. Learning isn't always about being told how to do something correctly. Sometimes it takes a few mistakes to know how to progress. Keep trying and you'll get there in the end. This is textbook iterative learning. And here too, it's all about testing, changing something around, and then testing it again. Iteration strengthens critical thinking and reasoning. So it all leads to a deeper sense of what works and why. Number 4, joyful. Learning can often take a long time, and success can seem far away. Let's be honest, it's tough if you're not enjoying it. But it is a thrill to get somewhere. And as we get more involved, we chase that. Nothing spurs you on quite like the feeling you get as you're progressing. It's also about enjoying a task for its own sake. Joy is a huge motivation to continue learning. Number 5, meaningful. When a task makes sense to us and builds on what we know, when we truly care, learning becomes meaningful. These children are going to remember how they went about solving the handyman's problem because it meant something to them. Learning by solving real-life problems not only benefits them as individuals, but also their families, their school, their community, and the world. When you really grasp ideas, understand how they connect, and eventually apply them in new ways, this is learning at its deepest. The world of today and tomorrow is one of challenges, but also tremendous opportunity. Gaining knowledge is one important step. Really, children need a deep understanding that allows them to apply their knowledge to different situations and then spark new ideas. This takes practice. Let's give children a chance. Let's build on how children learn through play.
Now you will all be sitting thinking, okay, this is a business meeting. It's a kids content summit. You know, when is he coming to the numbers? And I'm not coming to numbers. What I'm coming with is a thinking which will be new for many people. It's new for me. It has been new for me for the last, I've been working with Lego for over 20 years. And I still have to grasp the idea of saying, if I might put my targets against a higher target, the business will follow. So to give you an example of how we work in the Lego Group, I'm not measured on revenue. Nobody cares about the revenue in India. What they care about is how many kids have I reached? How many engagements have I done with children in India? Some of them will be commercial, some of them will be non-commercial. Those engagements is what I'm measured on. Then I'm measured on top on how do we do business, how does our business partners feel it is to do business with us. And I'm measured on how my team feels it is to work for the Lego Group. None of it and nobody in the Lego Group is measured on revenue. Because there is a better purpose or better measurement which drives better decision making in business. And that is what the overall purpose is for you as a company. That's my business proposition here today. So let's look at kids' business as something which drives kids' learning and drives the right values with kids in India, in the whole world. Let's increase parents' understanding of play as a value. We are all, no matter whether it's TV, it's online, it's offline, we're all in somehow a play with children business. So let's see how that play that we are offering to children can also be part of learning. How can it bring them more than just 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes of doing nothing or not thinking about anything? That is how we can pay back to society, making sure that kids are actually growing up in a good world and that they are actually able to deliver, or when everybody reaches my age, also deliver something back to society that I need for my needs going in. It also drives new ideas. It drives innovation in how we do business today. So have that think as part of your business plans going forward. I can share with you that as employees, they would love to have a higher purpose than just next month's revenue target. If you can get that with your employees, you will get more engaged employees, more motivated employees who will do more for the things that you want them to do. That's the higher business purpose. As shared very much in the beginning, I cannot tell you how to do business in India. You are much better at that than I am. So purpose today has really been to see and provide a little bit of motivation, inspiration into a different perspective on the kids' business. My dream would be that next summit, it would be called maybe not the kids' business, but the learning business. Because if we get into the learning business, it would automatically drive the kids' business. And with that, I actually want to wish you a very, very good rest of the day and some hopefully good and inspiring course later on. Thank you.
I'd like to call upon stage Rahul Dhamdhere, Chief Marketing Officer, Kidzania, to kindly give away the memento and a special pack of donuts from Mad Over Donuts. Thank you so much. I think we might need some help regarding removal of the laptop. I think that's for certain.
Wait Beats Music. Wait Beats Music.
All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we now look forward to the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the moment is physical experiential marketing versus metaverse. To moderate the session, may I please call upon stage Prerna Upal, Chief Partnership Officer, Kidzania India, on stage, please. Hi. Huge round of cheers. She'll be joined on stage by Deepak Salvi, co-founder and COO Chingari. Hello, sir. Sonali Bhattacharya, Head of Marketing, Kids TV Network, Viacom 18. Hello, ma'am. Neeta Thakre, Head Distribution, QU Media India. Hello, ma'am. Alamjeet Singh Sekhon, Commercial Director, Bell India. Do we have Alamjeet, sir? May I request you all to please take your seats? Hello, sir. All right, the stage is set, the panel is ready. Let's look forward. The stage is all yours.
A very warm welcome, everyone. The speakers that we have today, it gives me immense joy. And I'm really happy and excited to host the season 4 of India Kids Summit in Kidzania. It's been a year that we did this thing last year. So over the last 1 year, we've seen a boom in experiences, especially when it comes to physical experiences. We've seen families coming out. We've seen everyone just coming out and about with full vengeance, wanting to socialize, wanting to go for music concerts, wanting to go for cultural events, so on and so forth. And with the recent launch of the NMACC, we've seen that we do need destinations for physical experiences to come to immerse ourselves in something cool that's happening all over the world, and even for our own mental health, for that matter, right? At the same time, we've seen an explosion when it comes to tech. Every day we have something new being thrown on us, right from your ChatGPT to Web3, to Metaverse, to AI, and you name it, and there's something new happening. It feels like a surreal world altogether. And my thing is, even though Metaverse has not been able to target kids per se, we've seen some brands, we've seen some marketeers trying to connect with kids, through platforms such as Roblox, Fortnite, through gaming, so on and so forth. What's next? How you as marketeers are seeing, what works for you. Is it physical events? Or is it a mix of both? Or is it hardcore metaverse? Or is it tech that you think is going to be the future for us? Let's start with you, Sonali.
Hi, so thank you for having me here, and hello to all the panelists. So this is a very, we are at the cusp of something very interesting, I would say, when it comes to the merging of the real world and the virtual world. And as we all know, kids are truly early adopters of any kind of technology, and they embrace it head on. But I think what the last few years have taught us about ourselves as human beings, it's the need for social interaction. And that is the highest with a child. And their learning and development is the maximum till a certain age, and 9, 10, and you cannot take away the importance of experiential and physical play, if I could use that word, and Kidzania is testimony to that. If we were also immersed in only technology, spaces like this would not exist. Brands like Lego that we just heard before this discussion, that goes so deep into play and a child's mental learning and play, you cannot do away with experiences. In fact, I think it's only going to get bigger. What you said about the cultural center and how it received such a fantastic response, it's even bigger for kids' events and activities. Even when we do like a mall activity at Nickelodeon, you see the kind of turnout these days compared to what it was. It's huge. I'll take your question on the metaverse now, where it's clearly here to stay. We are at the early stage of the metaverse. There's a lot of learning for all of us, not just as consumers who engage in the metaverse, but as brand marketers who use it as a marketing tool. Early days, it works very well for gaming, interactivity, but for a kids brand, the onus is on us to make sure it's a safe space. And we did something with Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards where we dabbled in the metaverse, and we did it in a very safe environment in Decentraland, where all the checks and balances were ticked off as far as a kid's safety were concerned. So I would keep that paramount while using technology for a kid.
Great. Yeah. Deepak, your thoughts, please.
So we have gone in the reverse cycle. So in India, people used to interact, kids used to interact. That's how it was. You used to go down, play, and in between the transition happened, I guess, COVID, and all the kids are immersed in the screens. Okay, my daughter, 7-year-old daughter, she is immersed in the screen. If I tell her to go down and play, she says, okay, let me finish this and go down. So the priority comes to the screen, So I guess we are from, content creators and content building people. We understand it's not good. It's good for us, but, you should think about the future of kids also, So that way we should, push kids to go down and play. And, I understand technology and everything, my 7-year-old kid is starting
using chat GPT for creating their stories,
Exactly.
visuals and everything. But, we should have a balance of it, and moderation. Metaverse, we are talking about metaverse and everything. There were few instances where in US, there were moderation issues in metaverse. Okay, for India, we are running television channels and, digital platforms. We are very particular about moderation. So that part is also again very, right now, are we ready for that kind of moderation? We are running a UGC platform, and the kind of moderation we do, it's like, still we had some issues and everything. So that part is very important for us. Metaverse is good as long as we are using for, educational purpose, entertainment plus educational. Right now, what is happening, luckily I worked with one of the, Brit kids channel or American kids channel. Over there, they are pushing kids for entertainment but educational. Where right now what is happening is more of entertainment which is happening. So if we are using that metaverse, India, luckily we will look for one of the biggest metaverse coming out of from India, kids metaverse. We'll be very happy to see that, where kids are immersed in a, they learn from there, instead of just entertainment.
So, I mean, my thoughts, begin with all of us over here probably have, grown up playing more, doing more physical activities outside. We've done a lagori, we've done a kho-kho, we've done all those, which now today when you see for the kids, it's not that. Things have actually changed. Things have evolved. They are more technologically savvy than probably I am today. My 9-year-old nephew tells me more on, what is happening. But I still feel somewhere the experiential part, according to me, has a more percentage than probably a metaverse at this point in time. So metaverse basically is very good as long as it can give that kind of education at this point in time. See, India is a very regulated industry, whether it's broadcasting, whether it's anything. So even if you're going to get a metaverse in India in a big way, we will have our own regulations put. So, like Sonali will also know in this one, so when we, even as broadcasters, I'm a broadcaster, as a broadcaster, when we're even showing anything on kids channel, blood nahi dikhao, ye mat karo, don't do this. So, bringing that in is also going to be, we really, it's a challenge, yes, it's not really so much of a challenge, but it has to be thought through. And I'll still say, I think kids, say up to 9, 10, still need to have some physical activity. So my, if I have to put a weightage, if I have to put a vote to it, I'd say still go in for, like they have the Nick Awards, Chingari has something. You still need to have something more on the experiential, because that is how they will learn. That is how they will know what it is, and then you go into the metaverse.
Alamjit, how about you? Coming from a FMCG brand, for you, it's very essential. When you connect with your audiences, how do you make your product tangible? And that's where your touch, feel, the emotions that are captured, when you're selling it to your target audience, versus doing something, though brands and marketers have done things in the past, from parlays and Horlicks, how about you? What's your take on both physical versus metaverse?
Well, it's an interesting question, and I think a question that will be increasingly asked over the coming days. Kind of takes me back to the debates that were happening on when we were doing media and saying, okay, TV spend versus digital spend, for example. So this would be always a question that would come in, what do you do, how much? This is emerging, this is already there. So I think the question is not this or that. I would say the question is about finding the balance for your brand, for the need that you are in. So for example, as you just said, we're in the business of FMCG, and I'm with the Laughing Cow Cheese, and part of it is the experience of taste. Now maybe on a metaverse, the experience of taste and the sensorial will be difficult to explain. I can tell you my food is good, my product is good, but tasting it kind of seals the deal. It's like, now this is the proof of the pudding. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult to kind of explain an origin story, because then it's just verbose. But if the origin story is that, okay, this is from here, or this is fortified with vitamin A, B12, vitamin D, and this is what they do. For example, it's bringing alive, even at the experiential site, something out there which is saying, okay, this is what this nutrition does, or this is how cheese was made. You can always have this combination. So there is always going to be a mix, I feel. And right now, people rely, I think, more on the physical, partly because the technology on this metaverse is still emerging. It's still not the most, I would say, fluid in terms of when you wear a headset and try and understand and see what's really happening. So as time goes by, it's about brands to think of and say, okay, what will this add rather than A versus B?
Totally agree with you. I think we all are aligned out here that, it's neither this or that. It's just finding a perfect balance and finding a perfect, alignment with the technology and what we can create to create much more impactful experiences, when it's, if it's technical or if it's physical. But, when you're designing experiences, be it physical or virtual, what are the key features or what are the key factors that you have to keep in mind while designing, any activation that you plan or any virtual event that you're going to plan?
Also, Prerna, I think this is going to be more of a metro phenomena for some time.
Yes.
While India also has a lot of rural there. So, a lot of the reach, lot of us are trying to, attract the rural crowd also, the rural kids also.
Exactly.
We are putting in animation, we are doing so much. So in the animation also there is some kind of education that you give, there's a moral story that you give. So you have a large part of rural, so metaverse will still be, I'm not saying like metaverse is not, it is not bad or whatever, just that to attract that audience is going to be it will be.
You need to build your foundation first.
Yeah,
you
like
need
today,
to connect and reach
correct.
and make them aware that, even if you're creating an animation, that character exists, that story exists. They don't even know about
absolutely.
this. So obviously, that's the foundation of it. And this is more of an urban phenomena, I would say,
Give a Kidzania effect on the metaverse. Let's see how that works. There. That'll be like the best. That's the best because
and we were like, no,
very educational right now. When I was seeing everything, very educational. Give that kind of a experience on metaverse. I think that's what India should look at more. That's what that's my opinion.
So, we have, I could give an example of the Laughing Cow Cheese Factory that we have out here, which is very, again, immersive. And you talked about, how do you teach your consumers, what goes into the nutrition. So that's where your learning happens out here. And the same thing can be probably replicated, in a very nice story kind of a format on a digital platform also, not specifically metaverse per se. But I think balancing both of them serves the purpose of the businesses today. Go on, Alan.
I think the key will always be about what is the brand trying to do and who do you want to reach out to.
Correct.
See, conversely, while we may say that going into rural is going to be difficult with digital or metaverse, it will be even more difficult with a physical activity. Because the cost of going there, designing an activity, running it, if the brand doesn't really reach, is even more so. So sometimes it's about also trying to see that can the converse happen, wherein people are leapfrogging technology. Like if you look at the mobile adoption, internet adoption, it's like really leapfrogging in terms of the number of years behind we would have been. So I think it's like the penetration is just too high. So can it be the other way around, wherein even to places which are harder to reach with a physical activation, maybe the impact may not be as much, or the conversion may be different. It can be thought of differently. Do a digital event there. You create the same experience, okay, it won't be the same, but maybe modeled on it out there.
Correct.
So I think whether you look at experiences, technology, what lies at the core of any activation or engagement a good marketer should aim to roll out is what is the emotional connect your brand has with the audience. And in order to strengthen that emotional bond, do you need to adopt a meet and greet on ground? Do you need to adopt technology? Do you need to adopt both? These are all vehicles and tools that we have at our disposal. I think the confusion arises when we think we need to adopt technology for the sake of technology. Where, okay, this is a new thing, let me do it, which is great for all of us as brand people have tried it and got our learning curve with any new tech development in the country. But is it really fulfilling your brand purpose? Is it strengthening the connect with your tune, with your FMCG product or whatever it is you're marketing? And the other thing with on ground is the cost per contact. And I was in a meeting yesterday with the team, and that's a very important thing that came up, where all these ideas look so beautiful on a slide, and when you actually do the maths, you realize you're spending lots of money reaching out to the kid in maybe a smaller town in India, maybe even a metro like
an
Bombay.
effort also that goes,
Yes.
which
So,
also is to be counted as monetarily.
How is it that we adopt technology at points like that to strengthen our budget and to reach out to more consumers? I think every marketer wants to reach out to a larger base of relevant consumers. And I think in that regard, a mix of technology and some of these tools that we have are really phenomenal, which we never had at our disposal a few years ago. Yeah.
Could you give me examples of some successful experiences that you've created? I think my mic is off. No, it's on.
Okay, so we used to do a lot of school contact programs as a kids brand, as Nickelodeon, and we would aim to target almost 1,000 schools in a year, where we would take our shows and sample them very directly and in a very deep manner with the kids. And then, of course, COVID struck, lockdown happened, and things just shut down overnight, and we were literally told to go and bat with our hands tied behind our back as marketers, because we didn't have so many of our touch points at our disposal. And that's when I would say technology was such a great enabler. And we started doing virtual school contact programs, a lot of digital watch parties where we successfully launched two of our leading shows in the lockdown, Chiku Aur Bunty and Bhoot Bandhus, and all of that was sampled to millions of kids in the country through watch parties and online school contact programs. Again, it was a learning curve for us as well. Lot of misses, but lot of hits too. Safety, monitoring, you suddenly see the kid getting distracted because that he's just sharing one mobile in a family of 4. So India has so many of those real constraints that we really need to factor in before saying, let's just roll this out. In certain households, there is a serious issue of device ownership. I mean, people were struggling with one laptop to do their office work, school work. It was something else, yeah.
So that was actually a practical experience that she's had.
So one case study happened, same thing, while COVID was on. We launched a product called Chingari Audio Rooms, okay? And initially we were like tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, native app. So this, what happened was, there's one case study which like we never thought of, there were school teachers who were taking classes on Chingari Audio Rooms because the app was light and they didn't have to download complicated, meeting rooms or whatever. So that was one more good, use case for, so we understood that digital, technology travels fast than the, physical thing.
Physical, correct.
And that too, we talk about the states like UP, Bihar, and the rural part, and they were using, we were seeing, when we were monitoring Chingari Audio Rooms, we were seeing, a lot of school teachers were taking classes on, Chingari Audio Rooms.
Lovely. That's nice.
I think COVID changed a lot for all of us.
How about you, Neeta? When you are designing, as a broadcaster, I wouldn't know much about, so,
So, see, as a broadcaster, it's our responsibility because, like I said, we are very regulated. Sonali definitely would know that, how regulated we are. We obviously cannot show a lot of things. Our animations have to really appeal, the way we do. So for us as a broadcaster, we do more of animation. If I have to get to the audience there, we talk more from an animation perspective than, till date, we've not done a physical activity with this as a content in the rural, but it's a rural crowd that looks at us more. So all the more that we've got to be careful, because if somebody complains about us, then that's it. you have to shut the down. We have to shut the channel then.
But even
So-
when you're designing content, what are the key factors?
So we keep the
how do
kids
you
in.
keep it engaged.
So we keep the kids in mind. We keep the kids in mind. That this is. We know that where our audience is. We keep those kids in mind. We know that those audiences will like a Ramayana because that's the story that they like. We design it according to that. We design it according to the audience that we are reaching out to.
So initially there was a, what I saw was like dubbed characters with, luckily we have moved on from that and we are telling stories now, that's very important because I felt all the kids were started, while playing also they used to like, mimic the voice basically.
Exactly.
So I felt that time that was not great for kids, but now the whole scenario has for the television channel.
Yeah, especially for the
So all of us are doing the dubbing. So it's dubbing more in Hindi now.
But
that's the audience.
Yeah.
That's looking at it. So that's all that in mind. Now whatever is spoken in English, now how do you translate that entirely into Hindi and make them still understand the entire thing? So that's, and also, it's very important that the characters have to look little Indian for us, those kind of things. So, we go into those kind of deep dive detailing because I'm a GC. I play only a part of the content which is animation. I don't play the animation like an 80%, in the entire thing. But even when you are playing that, these are things that we all need to keep in perspective. That's more important for us.
Great. Alamjeet, for you, when you're devising your marketing plan for the year, how much of it would be digital, versus your television and other platforms that you kind of leverage to reach out to your audience?
So I think the way I'd look at it is like sometimes people look at a cost per contact, but I would look at it slightly differently from a cost per contact. I'd look at it more from a cost of trial or a cost of acquisition, because the contact cost will always be lower in a mass medium versus, let's say, a more specified medium. But then it's about the quality of the engagement. So I think what's important is to firstly look at the cost of acquisition, cost of trial, and say, okay, what is leading to what? In terms of, as you said, TV, digital, something with metaverse, physical, experiential. And then also, what is the brand trying to do? So if I take the example of the Laughing Cow. So the Laughing Cow as a brand didn't really exist in India. So even though it sits there for 100 years outside India, it doesn't, people didn't know of it. So it was about awareness. And then within awareness, trying to explain to people that sensorially, from a taste and nutrition standpoint, the brand can give a better experience to consumers. So when that is the case, then we started with a lot of work on awareness, which was, I would say, targeting consumers rather than going after every consumer. So going more digital out in terms of the right target audience, and then supplementing it with a lot of experiential to say, okay, it's not just what we're telling you on an ad, but also here you can go ahead and taste it, experience it through physical events, through things like Kidzania, and also things wherein, let's say, we try to blend both. So digitally you order food through an app. Now when you're doing that food order through the app, why not send a sample of the cheese with it? And especially if the order can be linked with something which is cheese, maybe with a pizza, maybe with a paratha. So then you're kind of in a way bringing in technology, sending it there, monitoring how many of those consumers tried what product, how many of them can we track in terms of another purchase later. So this is the way we try and operate, try a little bit, put some money, try and understand what was the cost of acquisition from that medium. What really worked? Was it an issue of the medium? Was it an issue in terms of the way we designed the activity? Then trigger it around slightly differently and go ahead. Now if you ask me ballpark, what would this mean in terms of splits? I would say it'll be pretty even in terms of trying to do about a 50% through direct marketing, which is experiential, etc., and about 50% more on awareness.
ATL. Okay.
ATL.
Great. So you talked about, sending samples and, monitoring how many samples were reached out. So do you have partners on the e-commerce front, or do you have your own integrated, digital product that you kind of use to?
So we work very strongly with partners because it's not about replacing them, but trying and leveraging them. So let's say if I talk of some of the e-commerce partners, because we sample through them too, we get very clear data in terms of what's our household penetration, how many consumers bought the Laughing Cow in the last month, who were earlier not buying the Laughing Cow? How many consumers have not bought the Laughing Cow for the last 3 months? And then how many consumers were buying a competition brand but have tried only the triangles, not the slices? So that way we're able to hyper-target the campaign in terms of, okay, what's the communication this cohort should get? And what's the kind of offer only and only this cohort should get? Because if it's, I know the brand, but somewhere I haven't tried it just because I want a slight offer, because consumers are always looking for a deal. Okay, let's give a 10% off, let's see what happens. We even tried things to say, okay, what happens when it's a 10%, 15%, 20%? What offer really works best for what particular kind of consumer? So we try these things, and then that's how we kind of devise the marketing plan. And even for a product, so for example, we have a product called the sachet, which is a single serve at ₹10. So it's not sold through e-commerce, but we try to sample it through e-commerce just to say, okay, what happens? More than 10% consumers came back to buy something else. And the sampling was done only to consumers who had not bought the brand before. So that's the way we try and make sure that every rupee that's spent is spent only to a consumer to try and acquire them or to have a certain task in mind, not really like a spray and pray approach.
Cool. So, with the physical experiences again booming, do you think there's an opportunity for technology kind of complement on what we do, on physical platform or vice versa? What's your take on it?
Most certainly, definitely. And I think for all the broadcast brands here, our biggest platform depends on technology. And our biggest marketing vehicle is also a TV channel, which would be nowhere where it is if it wasn't for all the amazing technology these days. But again, and I think I can say this for kids, for youth, for adults, as marketeers, we cannot do away with the experiential touch, play, feel aspect of any of our brands, whether it's cheese, whether it's a cartoon character that I market. It's a very important cherry on the cake. So you have all your mass media vehicles which give you the ATL reach, and you have all of the below the line, if I could say that, which really adds the surround, and that kind of deeper connect with the TG happens only when you go to where the consumer is and not expect a 30-second promo to do that same deep engagement with you. So I think we are at an interesting cusp, as I said, and they are both here to stay. And it's only going to grow, and both will grow in parallel as we get our learnings with the metaverse. We iron out all the glitches that currently are being faced in
even with metaverse, for that matter. Connectivity is a big issue. Yeah.
And you're seeing the on-ground experiences getting more and more cutting edge and
more expensive as well.
And oh yes.
I mean, from what Sonali said, I'm saying I'd like to see the blend between the experiential and the technology and the metaverse going forward at some point in time, as long as it's used for the best. It is going to be a little challenge, but yes, I think that is going to be the future, and that will take on.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Even out here at Kidzania, for that matter, the physical experiences that we created our first AI-led, technology, and even when we opened up the Laughing Cow, it's one of our first interactive factory setup that we've created. So, you see new technologies, new innovations coming in, even in the physical experiences that we are, which are considered like, oh, ye to kar liya pehle. What's new in this? Like, we have like 6 factories out here. What's new about the Laughing Cow cheese factory? There's an integration of technology. It's interactive. It's fun. It's much more cooler. So, are there new technologies, this is particularly for you, is there new innovation that you foresee, happening, other than AIs or whatever? I wouldn't know much about it, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. So, for us, just imagine a UGC platform on blockchain and web using Web3. No one knew, there's a product from India which will happen, And right now there are like 180 million users who are using Chingari on blockchain. They don't know what the blockchain is.
Exactly.
But they are learning, they have their own wallets, they are earning every day. Similar way, things are moving fast. Digitally, blockchain, there are communities which are built, and these communities are very strong. So I believe the communities are built on, digital format, and then we can convert into a, ground
Social,
event
yeah.
or social event kind of thing. So just imagine if Kidzania is on virtually on some platform, kids watch it and they say, tell mom or dad.
Let's hang out here.
My daughter was here last week and she said, I saw this, there was a story
Oh,
behind
wow.
it.
Oh, nice.
The walkthrough, I got a walkthrough of this.
Oh, nice.
So digitally, I guess, digitally we can build community. And if you kind of give something back, how we are giving Gari tokens, that way if we build a metaverse where kids come and do some activity and they earn some points and brands can kind of give them some gifts.
Gratify it, yeah.
It's a win-win situation for everyone. Even parents will be happy that, they have performed some task and they got some goodies.
Great. Neeta, how about you? Your thoughts on it?
I think he said everything that we've been anyways saying. I don't need to really add. I think both of them and all the three of them have said. So I don't need to add more on this.
Are there any more opportunities that we've discussed? Is there anything new that you think, could be the need of an hour for every businesses that you guys, kind of lead? Especially when it comes to, the new tech and the new experiences. Do you think there's something lacking? We've talked about challenges, cost, connectivity, reach is the biggest challenge that I foresee. Is there any gap that we kind of foresee, when we have to kind of create stories, we have to do engagement with our audiences? Do you think there's still a gap or,
I guess the edutainment part will work very well.
I was to say that and he said that.
Because if you see, kids are watching content, just like that only. So I'm concerned that what she's watching. But it's educational content. I'll say, okay, watch it, no problem.
Exactly, it's safe.
It's safe. And if we can integrate brands
would really be, edutainment would really be the thing that I would like to say that, we really need to develop. Maybe if that can happen, then I think this entire metaverse thing will really work, wherein the India market is concerned right now.
Well, I'll have a slightly different take looking at the three of you actually.
Challenge you on that.
Okay, so I think the way it is that the media would possibly lead more and more the adoption of the metaverse, because it's about, for example, if I'm already using something, or I'm using a device to see something at home, then the brand typically would ride on it. So that's why I kind of, in a way, defer to the three of you to say, okay, the more you kind of will lead this adoption, the more brands will then pitch in and start advertising and leveraging the full power. Because that's the way it is. For a brand, it will be very difficult to go and create an experience when the technology is still maybe more nascent and the cost is quite high.
Let's let it be a combined effort. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way forward then, because see, all of us will want to promote edutainment, but you need to have brands to support this entire.
But we need to take a step ahead, otherwise, we'll be
yeah,
there,
but I also would come back to
brands who come.
No, I also want to come back to practically what Sonali said, that it is difficult for all of us because there is a cost involved in it, which is humongous at times, and it's not possible. At the same time, I think it's a combined effort that can really help us, do this. So if everybody can come together, great. I think we are more than happy to do it as broadcasters, as media.
Great, great. So, Alamji, the one last question for you. The metaverse fad that happened, or it's just kind of, launch, I would say. Brands were doing, and everyone wanted to be on that bus, just because somebody else was doing, and they just wanted to follow it. You as a marketer or, as a business owner, probably, do you think about, no, I want to cut this thing and I just want to focus on the conventional part and not to be, just to stay relevant, or just for the sake of doing it?
I think there's no point doing an activity just for the sake of doing it if you're not convinced. That's the first thing that I would say. Unless you want to be like, I'm a really cool brand with a lot of cool imagery, and how can I not be doing the latest thing? So if that's not what the brand truth is, which is not the case for the Laughing Cow, I think it's not about going in with a fad and saying, okay, let me show something to the center that this is what we've done. Because typically sometimes these initiatives are also like, oh, I did this a great one. Let's just showcase this also globally to say what we've done. I think it's more important to stay true to the consumer and say, okay, what do we want to drive as a desired behavior change for the consumer? And what's the most efficient way of driving that change? That's it. And if that happens with what's conventional, we do it with conventional. If that happens with something which is a blend, we do it with that. So I would say that's the core. And then do some experiments, try and learn.
Great.
Sometimes the dogmas change, but try and learn is a good thing.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you out here. It was fun, short chat, but fun chat. And thank you for making time coming to Kidzania once again. Thank you. And I hope
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so much,
today.
Prerna.
Thank you so much. I'll request you all to be on stage. May I please call upon stage Franklin Toscano, CTO and co-founder, IWMBuzz Media Network, to kindly present the mementos and the special pack of donuts from Mad Over Donuts. I'll also request you all to stay there for a photo opportunity. Let's have a proper group photo, please. All of you. Yeah. The donuts are left, the main. I love the smile on Neeta ma'am's face. A special group photo, please. Thank you so much, one and all. Thank you, it's a pleasure. All right, before we move forward to the next session, I would like to thank our sponsors and partners once again. Nickelodeon presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rainshine Entertainment, associate partners Neela Film Productions, Mad Over Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, and 24 Frames Digital. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live. For more details, you can always go on to www.indiakidsummit.com, www.iwmbuzz.com, and manoranjannews.com. Of course, we have a special session going forward. Before that, whatever content you are shooting, photos, pictures, etc., if you're putting up on social media, please do tag with the hashtag India Kids Summit so that we can build maximum engagement. Thank you so much. On that note, we look forward to the next panel discussion for the day. The topic for the moment is looking ahead, advertisement spending in kids genre and what are brands betting on. To moderate the session, may I please call upon stage Ron Crasto, founder, Red Fox Media Corp. Ron, sir, are you here? Always a pleasure to see you and your smiling face. To join him on stage, may I please call upon Atit Mehta, Marketing Head by Juice. Atit sir, can we please have you on stage? Saket V. Rao, Head of Brand, Dr. Vaidya's RPSG Group. Shalja Saraswati Varghese, Chief Content Officer, Omnicom Media Group India. And Varun Mohan, Head of Revenue and Growth, MIQ Digital. Hello, sir. The stage is all yours. Please go forward. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, good morning, everyone. Great. I would like to have more audience, but Sid has not done a good job here. Both kam log lagte hain. Sid, next time get some paid audience here. Just joking. Anyway, Sid, thank you very much for giving this opportunity here. with this esteemed panel. It's great to be here again for the next edition of Kidzania, and happy to see lovely people, few after meeting a long time and few for the first time. So great, there's a lot of action happening on the kids genre, a lot of things moving on. But I want to throw open this question to the panel, all of them put together. There's a question I asked one of my building kid. He was watching a popular show and there were many kids playing cricket. They usually do since now summer is in. I asked who watched this show. One of the kids raised his hand. He said, I watched this on connected TV. Okay, now the kids know what is connected TV. Some guy said, I watched this on YouTube. Some guy said, I watched it on mobile. Some guy said iPad. Some guy said, I watched it on television. Good, that is there still, thank God. So I want to ask the panel, how do brand now advertise in this scenario where there's so much dynamism in terms of distribution? Which vehicle, which platform, these words keep happening, A-word, S-word, channels, etc. So I'm going to throw open this question to all of them and we have a real discussion from here. Adit.
See, everybody will learn how to market their brands. If you look at over the last 50 years, we started with Doordarshan, then satellite happened. Then there was a lull period for print. Print came back, then digital happened, then some 20,000 things happened under digital. Now connected TV is happening, A-word is happening, S-word is happening. But over the last 50, 60, 100 years, brands have understood how to reach out to the consumers, and especially kids. And I'm sure every brand, depending upon what their objective is figuring out the right channel. So it's not something which is too much of a concern. Yes, there is fragmentation, there is a huge amount of proliferation, but at the end of the day, you will figure out by trial and error, and people are figuring it out.
So what do you say, Srilja? Do you have something to add to it?
Okay, I think every medium has a role to play for sure, right? I mean, if you're looking at building a brand from scratch, television has a huge role to play. From branding perspective, reach, a larger audience, awareness, how do you drive all of that? So television would play a role, but if you're talking about performance marketing, you want to see engagement, then yes, digital does play a role. Activation also has a huge role because if you're talking about contact programs, school contact programs, experiential marketing, all of that would come under different medium. So I won't say that one over the other. It really depends on what the brand purpose is, what the product we are talking about, and then we decide the right mix of mediums. Could be integrated marketing, a mix of all mediums, but it really depends.
So Varun, what do you have to say?
I'll echo Atid and Shalja here in terms of, I mean, there is no right and wrong platform. It is all about the brand and what is the end objective, what they're looking at, right? So television still hold a big role today, though I would want to make it CTV, yes, and it's going to take over, but there is still time for it, in fact, right? But again, now if you want to look at other side of it in terms of tracking measurement, then definitely connected devices always have an upper hand, because when you're talking about television, it's always a panel based, which is a probabilistic approach or numbers what we're talking about. But digital always have upper hand in terms of everything is measurable and tracking, so that you have whatever advertising spend you're doing, you can actually map the ROAS of it. Now, in terms of A-word and S-word, still that's especially on the kids genre standpoint, it's a slight gray area, because whenever you're talking about any content which is consumed under S-word, which is a paywall, under the paywall area, be it Netflix, APV, Amazon Prime Videos, or YouTube subscribe part of it, that audience pretty much is limited in terms of being a part of the target audience segment. So now, unlike an adulthood audience where you can target, if a user is limited in terms of S-word paywall, you can target an alternate platform. But in kids area, kids center standpoint, that always will be, for time being, it would be a limitation, because they are not consuming rest of, I mean, again, depends on the age group. So when you talk about the age group between 3 to 7, kind of, they're not too much on browsing or any other applications, etc. Right? So that's age group standpoint, it will be a limitation in terms of reaching to that audience who are under the paywall. I mean, as you mentioned about SWOT and AWOT comparison.
What's your viewpoint of view? Okay, firstly, thank you everyone for inviting me. Okay, so after listening to all these stalwarts, all I have to say is that it depends primarily on the product you're marketing. Okay, so I have traditionally only marketed services, and this is the first time I'm marketing a product, which is a physical product. And I'll go back to what Amaljeet said, that the proof of the pudding is in the taste for a product brand, right? I'm part of Dr. Vaidya's, which is an RPSG group company, and few of the Ayurvedic products, we're trying to do some innovation in the kids genre. We've realized that unless you actually let the product be tasted by the kids, it's very difficult to explain to them what the product is. So while we go around the table trying to talk about what media choices that we'll have, the eventual proof is actually in the taste. Okay, so while we like Amaljeet said, right, we try and talk about giving that taste experience through the communication that we create, and then using the right media to reach it to the kids. It's a tough one, okay? And as kids are getting, we spoke about the pandemic and the way the, media behavior has suddenly changed, and with all these platforms available to us, it's a tough choice. And eventually, some of my favorite directors said that, which is James Cameron, he said कि budget थोड़ा कम था. So even for Avatar, which is a $2 billion movie, उनके लिए भी budget कम था. So for a brand like ours or anybody else, the idea is in the choosing, and the medium which will give us the maximum bang for the buck will be the one which will be chosen.
Okay. So what I clearly hear is basically brand, communication, product, taste, distribution, all these words put together. But a very core question I want to ask openly, kids as a genre, is it here to stay? Because what is also happening, a lot of duplication is happening in terms of content put together. While we are away now from a single home to multiple TV households, but kids as a genre, do you see that much kind of content being built in a country like India? While most of the guys all depend on international content, be it Marvel, Disney, etc. So kids as a genre, is it really here to stay? And do you see futuristically brands investing a lot of money on kids as a genre? I open this question to answer. Shelja?
Absolutely, yes. Kids are here to stay. So is choices and platforms and opportunities. There is obviously, a lot of inspiration we are taking from global markets, what's working there and it's coming to India, and in terms of global content getting adapted in India or getting regionalized in local languages. But there's huge opportunity. I mean, look at from a storytelling perspective, right? I'll just go back to what the kid wants. While we are saying what we want from the kid, let's see through the eyes of the kid. The kid is constantly learning. Right? They're looking for stimulus around them, beyond their parents. Once they turn, a 5-year-old turns to a 7-year-old, they're looking opportunities of the stimulus coming from school, coming from parks, coming from their friends, play dates, whatnot. And that stimulus can come from anywhere. And those are the opportunities I'm talking about. And as storytellers, as content creators, as publishers, platforms, that's what we want to need to latch onto, right? And also, I think the challenge is that the world has changed. Pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, we are also grappling with a lot of new things which we are facing, right? The convergence of human with technology. We spoke about metaverse, AI, bots, this, that, whatnot, NFT. Kids are already part of that world. I mean, they're early adopters. How storytelling can bring all of that in that is conducive to their future world is my challenge, when I'm looking at selecting a particular program for sponsorship or looking at creating bespoke content. Is this story really benefiting my son who's 6-year-old? That's my first parameter or filter which I'll put.
Adit, what's your?
No, absolutely. Completely echo what the thought is. See, content is available both India as well as international, but at the end of the day, if anybody is providing content which is relevant, which is acceptable by the parents in the preferred language of consumption, that's going to work. Now, you produce it from a garage next door, or you produce it from the biggest studio, doesn't matter. And there's a plethora of options available. Indian content is doing well. They have been running in for years and years and continuing doing well. They will create more stories, they will have extensions which will continue because there is a viewership for that. Parents are okay allowing kids to watch that content, and then there is some phenomenal international content again available in multiple languages. So it's more about the content, platform becomes agnostic, and as long as you are giving what I want as a consumer, whether it's a kid or a grown-up individual, there will be consumption and there will be buyings.
We've been talking about educational content and entertainment content. For kid, it doesn't matter. For kid, it's about learning. If you are making the kid learn and absorb something new every day, and that's how their brain is developing, right? That's content, right? So for us, this is like all divisions of genres which we've created. For them, is it adding value to their life?
Varun?
So, like adults, I mean, today we have changed our preferences from an appointment viewing into, customized viewing method. The same thing is what kids also following today, because they are not. I mean, especially there is a huge difference in the current generation, the way we have been, or where we've been, in fact, right? So today they want control of what they want to view. They decide what they want to view, when they want to view, kind of thing. So that is where things have changed from what it's been so far. I mean, there's been a drastic shift on that side. And again, there's a huge difference between age of the kid, between 2 to 4 to 4 to 10 plus 10 to 14, 14 to 18. In terms of what they would prefer. So for example, like Shalja mentioned, in terms of it doesn't matter, they'll find learning in everything they watch. As a parent, I'll give an example. When my nephew was 2 years, he started speaking a language where none of us could recognize, and been watching content on iPad. And after almost 1 or 2 months later, we identified that he'd been watching Russian content, and he picked up that content. Because once you watch one content as a YouTube, it will give you a recommendation based on that. So the YouTube is giving recommendation, everything around Russian, and he was consuming only Russian. So the words, what he picked up, like for example, book, pencil, pen, everything is Russian words, kind of thing, So that way, it's about, as I mentioned, anything they watch, they find learning as a thing. So what they look at is more of interactivity, something which attracts them and keep the momentum on. I think that's what the kids are attracted to.
What do you have to say?
Okay, so as long as there is some form of storytelling, content will stay, right? As he said, it could be produced in a garage somewhere or in a beautiful production house. Content is here to stay, and it could be in any language that the kid wants to consume. As a marketer, what we would want is कि जहाँ कहीं भी, wherever we are getting the return on our investment, we'll want to invest there. But I think content for kids is going to stay. The form factor will change. What would be, earlier would be in a sort of a cartoon kind of a format will be replaced with a newer technology, whether it is 3D, which I think uska bhi next level aa chuka hai. Whether it is content on metaverse, whether it is content which a creator on YouTube is creating. Even though it is not meant for a kid, they could be consuming it. So I think jab tak storytelling rahegi, tab tak some form of content will always be there.
Can I just add to what he was saying? Just one thought came to my mind. The entire revolution within cinema also, if you see, the success of movies, down south movies or Brahmastra, it's the same superhero story. I think what the difference was the VFX and the interactivity and the entire vividness of that experience, right, which is taken over. And that same experience is happening even in kids' content, and it'll amplify, I guess, going ahead, the interactivity which you were talking about. So that's bound to happen.
And that's what a lot of brands, just to add to it, a lot of brands also started focusing on that lens. Like if I want to name it, be it Lego, be it Hot Wheels, they are like largest content creator today, because they started using that as a platform of reaching to the reaching to the kids to engage with them. So that also helped the brand to surpass the, the paywall challenge. So when you create content, then you're pretty much reaching to the A word as well. So it doesn't matter whether you're on A word or S word. You're interacting, you're engaging, and that stays for long. I mean, the shelf life is far longer than something which is coming like a ad and becoming a blind spot later.
So what we gather here is content can be anything as long as the kids feel entertained in any grassroots levels, be it in garage or be it at our homes. As long as the kids understand, be it Russian content or any other content, he needs to be familiarized and become easy. So that leads to me the next question, that there is a race going on. Now the race is between digital and television. Okay? A lot of television guys says we are better, digital guys says we are better.
Courtesy IPL.
Yeah. And we have to understand both sides of the world. So somebody says I'm watching Cocomelon and Choo Choo TV. Somebody says I watch Chota Beam and Little Singham. Now in this race, do you think digital will take over television and television become an old adage, which I would not love to say that. What's your real point of view on this? I would really like Varun to put his thoughts here.
So firstly, the device, I mean, the pattern, be it linear TV or be it connected TV or advanced TV, the viewing pattern is not going to change. I mean, it's the same screen, you're watching the same sofa or being in the same living hall kind of thing. What is changing the whole thing is the way the content is served. I mean, as I mentioned, now be it us, all of us as a consumer, or the kids for that matter, what they prefer is convenience and option to choose what they want to watch when they want to watch, rather than moving from an appointment viewing. So when you talk about a channel where you have a show from 4 to 4:30, you have another one from 4:30 to 5 kind of thing, because of the schedule of activities what they have and etc. The time what they get to watch television, they want to watch what they want to watch kind of thing. That is where you see if you take the top 10 influencer channels or YouTube channels in the world today, out of 8, that is 80% of the content are kids content. I mean, the influencers are who are creating content, for example, be it Paw Patrol, Blippi, or anything for that matter, right? Because these are creators who create content for kids because they're getting that much of viewership, in fact. So what I would say, I mean, technically, it's not about linear TV or it's not about advanced TV, it's about the preference of user, of convenience. And the way we're seeing the number, today we have almost 25 million connected devices in the market. And a couple of things, what is favoring India as a market is, one, we have the lowest data cost in the market. Second thing is the device getting cheaper. Like, for example, you can buy a smart TV from 10,000 onwards. So, and watch your content kind of, and majority of the platforms. So one more thing which is changing the whole ecosystem is the SWOT is primarily moving into an AWOD system. So you see a lot of platforms are where they have restricted only to being an SWOD. It started moving into an AWOD. The best example is Netflix. Now they created a platform option where consumers can, instead of subscription model, they can watch ads and consume the content. So making more content available to the consumer. Second, the infrastructure support, which is the bandwidth and lower cost internet, and getting the device, which is a lower, cheapest model. And even if you want to have, don't want to spend 10,000 for a new device, you can still buy a connected device, which is like an Android box or a Fire TV or anything of that sort, from with 1,000 or 2,000 kind of thing, right? So all these help to penetrate. And what I would say is by 24 end or early 25, we should be having at least 80 to 90 million connected devices in the market.
So you're saying digital will get better off television?
I won't say the television is going to get better by digital.
Atit, how do you second that?
See, we need to just break this into pop strata. Now, one has to understand, and you're talking to kids, when we say kids are consuming content on digital, there has to be a device. Now, how many percentage of Indian household has a tablet? We can say it might be 1 or 2%. I don't have the numbers, but it's going to be a single digit. Then the second best option for a household to let kids consume content on digital is a mobile phone. Now, with everything opening up and schools starting and parents being in a rush to send to multiple extracurricular activities, the time available on a device is coming down than what it was pre-COVID. Now, having said that, as a parent, it is such a big worry if I'm allowing the kid to consume content on a digital device, there might be all this locks and security on type of content, but there is always a back of the mind fear that I might end up choosing content which should not be watched. So TV is a very, very controlled environment. It's controlled by the government, it's controlled by the society, it's controlled by the broadcasters. Digital isn't. Some channels, yes, but a lot of other things are very uncontrolled. So as a parent, it's very critical to be in that safe zone of a controlled environment, and therefore TV is the best option, while digital will add in some numbers, but it will still be TV first.
Okay, that's a tough one. Okay, so to add to some of this, it's like going back in history and saying that whether cars will replace horses. It is not whether they will, it is when they will. So someday it is happening. Kab pata nahi, but hoga. Because actually, like all the questions, all the assumptions that we are making, it's only a matter of catching up, right? If the digital catches up, so bandwidth issue solve ho gaya, device issue solve ho gaya. If the content becomes safe for kids because the parent is controlling that, I think then it's only a matter of time. And whether it's India or any other market, I think data is only going to get cheaper. And devices are already getting cheaper. And if the digital guys decide to catch up on what the television guys have been doing, which is creating the advertising wall, I think then it's only a matter of when.
What do you say, Shalja? 2 against 1?
See, I don't think we need to kill one to give birth to the other. So that's what I strongly believe in. The erstwhile television as a platform is here to stay. It's evolving. It's catching up in terms of how do we add interactivity, or what do you do different to the content for that matter, right? It's a safe environment. I'll echo his thoughts here, because from if I wear a mother's hat, absolutely television, more controlled environment. When I'm in office, what my kid is watching is my biggest worry. Time is limited. So I really don't want the remote to be in his hand and, just anything is being watched, right? So I'll give vote to television from that perspective. Digital, yes, it's growing rapidly, really fast. A lot of innovations are possible. And it's difficult for a marketer, right, to decide one over the other, because we've seen the benefits of, again, I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier, from a branding perspective. I would still lean more heavily towards television, from a performance perspective towards digital. So, yeah, that's where my vote is.
All right. So what we understand is a mix of answers here, but both are going to complement each other, is what we can leave with that thought. But with that, advertising on kids genre, coming back, is also being protected and now restricted, not the right word, because of in YouTube you have the COPA rules. Few of the brands, right from the leading brands, have now started becoming mindful to spend on television. How do you see this journey of kids genre in terms of ad spend? Do you think now brands are now thinking, hey, I don't want to spend so much because of do's and don'ts, international rules, COPA rules, etc. put together? How do we address this, Atit?
No, it is happening. 100% it is happening. It started about 8-10 years ago with something which was called the pink passport. So some brands were not allowed to advertise in kids prime time if you don't have a pink passport. As you have a red for a non-veg and a green for a veg, there was something was a pink passport, and now multiple regulations and regulatory bodies have come in. But yeah, brands are understanding the requirement of doing the right thing, being very mindful. So over a period of time, if you look at data, last 5-7 years, the contribution of hardcore kids brand on kids platform, the percentage share or percentage of revenue has started coming down. Parallelly, brands which are appealing to parents are seeing more, because there is a trend which has emerged where the family is watching television together, and when the kid is at home you are watching content which the kid likes. So you have cars and white durables advertising on kids channel because parents are there. You're doing it because the audience is there. But to answer your question, yes, there has been a significant amount of impact, and big brands, global brands, MNCs are certainly looking into it and restricting and doing the right thing.
Okay. Selja, how do you, your thoughts here?
We work along with a lot of global brands and compliances, due diligence, do's and don'ts is a very big thing. So yeah, with the limited exposure of kids brands which we manage, we have those very stringent guardrails and guidelines to follow.
Varun?
Yeah, I completely agree with that part because we also, I mean, as a global hygiene factor in terms of consumer privacy and engagement standpoint, we restrict anything, any targeting less than 18 years. So we don't have in a DSP in terms of choosing a targeting of less than 18. Only option is to, choose kids content kind of thing, and that too restricted. Like for example, anything which is like edited drinks and etc. You can't target the kids genre or related anything which is related to that kind of thing. And as Atish mentioned, in terms of the alternative is how to look at when the family is viewing. So that is when a content get consumed with the parent, there is already an advocacy which is happening in between, right? So that is what we look at. And also there's one more thing which you look at is the kids brand, who are the potential audience as well. It's not necessary that it has to be kids also. Like for example, Byju's, I believe it will be more towards parents, in fact. So even toys, the latest KPMG consumer behavioral data says that 58% of the toys are bought for gifting. So technically it is not bought by kids or by parent. So like for example, you've been invited for a birthday party where you're not a parent, but you're still invited for a kid's birthday party, being chacha or mama or whoever it is, then you're gifting that kid. So again, in India, that's why Hamleys as a brand pretty much focus only mass targets. They don't go granular targeting at all. They don't go for cohort targeting much because they believe that majority of their products are purchased for gifting. So when you're like, and that's why they focus on airport, the landing area where when you, as a guest, when you're going to some place there's a kid, you buy a gift kind of thing, right? So that way, it matters.
Your view?
All right. So see, marketers react in two ways, right? They will always find a way around until they find a way in. Okay, so we will find a way around it till we become more responsible to then advertise on a much more impactful and a much more effective medium. So till such time we become more responsible, we will try to kind of go around the rules and advertise on platforms which have slightly lesser restrictions. And then eventually you have to comply. There is no choice because I think the way the world is going, all of us are becoming woke, and woke means that the marketer has to comply.
That's a nice word, woke. So, the question I need to ask you individually in terms of your industry, taking kids as the main genre here, what do you project or the future? So starting from Atit, if you're talking about EdTech as an industry and you take kids is your domain, I really understand. What would you put across the future for EdTech?
No, only one thing. Everybody should learn also on online. That's what I would want. Yeah. No, but from a larger advertising...
He's selling you.
From a larger advertising marketing perspective, it's about making the family understand that education is something which is so critical, and you can start enjoying education, you can fall in love with education, and that's exactly what the brand building exercise has been and would continue. Yeah, so it remains the same, no change, do the right thing, talk to parents, convince them that it is a good thing to have something at home. Yeah, please go to school, do whatever you are doing at school, but come home and spend 15 minutes and you will start falling in love with learning.
So learning is the future. Selja, what do you say about
that was a lovely
your
plug-in,
field of work in terms of branded content and beyond for kids genre?
I think, I think KYC We need to start with that. Know your consumer. In this case is the children. I think more data, more qualitative, quantitative research, which helps us to understand and decode what the kids are thinking, will really help to create the right content and also get some sort of an insight into how the brand messaging can be interwoven, because it's challenging, right? Because kids are evolving pretty fast. Education system itself is become very, very evolved. Like, you know, we just heard how smartphone penetration, digitization has completely changed the dynamics of education, edtech. There are IB schools, there are ICSE boards and all of that. So education itself has a lot of flavors, but we really want to understand as content creators what's going on in the kid's mind, right? What is the best form of getting entertained or educated? And if we can create those storylines, but in a very interactive way, because I see the world in future is not going to be as linear as what it was in terms of storytelling, right? They want interactivity, they want some sort of a engagement with the content. They want to talk to the content and interact with the content, and a response has to come back, and a relation has to be created. They want to be part of a community hence. So going ahead in the future, content, technology, creator and community, I think I see as 4 key pillars.
What about you, Sakib? What do you say?
Okay. So from our brand's perspective, right? So we are trying to modernize Ayurveda, and we are trying to bring new form factors which the kids will enjoy. So we've had this innovation where we've put the benefits of Chawanprash in a Chawan gummy. And so that firstly is trying to kind of create innovation which the kids will enjoy. Okay, then trying to convince the parents that this is good for them. So that's the second part. Third is finding media vehicles which will take the message forward. One of them, of course, being creating experiences, trying to do some trials, all of that. So I think for brands, I think there's only way forward is, especially in the kids genre, is to now we have to address 2 people, right? We have to not just address the kid, we have to address the parent, because who's equally evolving faster than the parents of our parents, right? Who had the same very slow growth rate in terms of stimulus. There were few technological innovations that were happening, right? In our lifetimes alone, when we started our career, there was Orkut. Now there's Facebook. Up to there's so many things that are happening, and there's ChatGPT which suddenly come in. So much has happened in the parents' life itself, which is disrupting now. Imagine what it's going to be doing for the kids. So as as a brand, as marketers, the only way forward is to constantly be on our toes to catch up as fast as you can. So I think that's my submission.
Varun?
The change what we have seen in last decade or a decade before that, I think going forward, the change would be far more faster. I would say it won't take a decade to see that shift from television to digital or anything of that sort. It will be max 3 years or 4 years. You start seeing a drastic shift. Probably down the line 2 years, when we catch up again for the session here, probably we'll be talking about AR, VR, or other connected device wearables, probably, So it won't be a CTV or linear TV conversation anymore, then kind of thing. So it's a very most interesting segment, I would say, especially the kids as a genre, because it's also the way it is evolving, the way it's very unpredictable segment, right? I mean, the age, kids, and etc. So it's not, as a parent also, if I say that, okay, my kid want to watch this, it's not necessary that he would choose that. He would choose what he getting or hearing from, as you mentioned, in terms of the play area, the friends in the building or in the school, and etc. Because that's what they, follow and would want to create a conversation point around it as we speak. But the other way it is, we only spoke about the kids brand targeting the kids, but there are a lot of matured brand want to target kids to build that recall when they grow up. Like Kidzania can be the largest example for that. I mean, the brands what you see with IDFCs or anything of that sort, because that's what larger brands or mature brands want to build is towards this age, the younger age group, how to create a recall or a convenience towards the brand in a way. So yeah, only
I
time
think
can
the-
say how things going to change.
Maybe 3 years down the line, we might be doing this on metaverse, huh?
I think in just context to what you just mentioned, right? Brands focusing on long-term engagement with kids. I think I would want to mention how Skoda has really invested in cricket and under 12, under 16. We had the first, school contact and activation program a couple of years ago. Season 2 is going to happen this year, where we are going to under 12 boys, under 12 boys in 12 and 16, and girls under 16. So 59 cities, 32,000 kids will be covered, 1,200 matches being played, X number of winners. But here it's a brand who's been at it for last 4-5 years. And that just shows, that the long-term vision, which is about when you're investing behind an IP from a branded content perspective, it's not just here and now. Sometimes brands need to invest from a long-term perspective. When you're engaging with kids, engaging with parents, and you're building that community, it's about how year on year you are evolving, how you're with the kids' life. Imagine if some of these kids entered, to IPL tomorrow as a team, or be part of the Indian team, so that's a big win for the brand.
I'll just add one more thing.
Yeah.
See, we all talk about what is the right content for kids, but according to me, live sports is the best content for kids.
Fantastic.
Because nobody teaches you what a live sports teaches. It teaches you hard work. It shows you commitment. It shows you that energy, that fire to succeed. It teaches you that you will fail once in a while. But you need to get up next day morning and start doing the same thing in pursuit of greatness. Now, whichever content you look at it, while a lot of subtle nuances are created, but teamwork, commitment, leadership can be taught and can be understood through sports. So there is no better content, especially for kids, family viewing, forget the device, whether it's a small screen or a big screen. The best learning and the best content, according to me, is live sports.
And brand safe.
And brand safe.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Fantastic. Beautiful summation here. A lot of passion in this room. So there's one word I want to tell you guys before we end the session is, amongst all of you, which is your favorite character? Okay. And what is that one word for the future of kids? Okay, just one word. I don't want to break your head, and I think a lot of summarization has happened, so I don't want to end this word with summarization. So Ati, which is your favorite character? And one word for the future for kids genre.
No, sir, we have all grown up in the black and white Doordarshan era. So it has to be Mickey and Minnie. We have grown up on those guys. Even as parents, one has gone just to Disneyland to just see those characters. So there is nothing bigger personally for me outside the Disney universe, and certainly Mickey. And the second part about the future and all those things, it's all fine here. We are in safe hands. All of us will go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, everybody will come out as a winner. So nothing to worry. We think too much about how the future is going to be. Jo hona hai, wo ho jayega. Life goes on here.
Well said, well said. Shelja?
Thanks to my son, it's Harry Potter. He made me sit through each and every one of those movies, and I think that character started growing on me after a point. And also, a lot of values and a lot of teachings can come from any content or any of these characters. So that was one. Future, I think I love content, and I'm really waiting for the future to unfold. I don't know what it's going to be, like he said. But it's exciting times right now. How, he mentioned the change will be even more accelerated right now from one medium to the other and one genre to the other, or whatever, amalgamation of genres. So I'm super excited for the future.
Great. Varun?
For me, it used to be Captain Planet, Scooby-Doo, Sweat Cats, and etc. But today what I hear is Blippi, Paw Patrol, and all that. So yeah, as I said, this is a generation gap, so you have to live with it. As I said, it is very unpredictable. So only time can say, as the kids, the industry, the genre, everything is, it's only going to get better, as I said.
Saket?
So it'll be Tom and Jerry because that's life, right? Someday you get hit and you get up the next day, and someday you become friends with your most revered enemy. So I think it'll be Tom and Jerry. It's, I think, probably the cutest cartoon series ever created. So yeah, for me it'll be that. Future bright है. कि जब तक हम as he said ना, जब तक हम light है तब तक future bright है. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think, and to what Shailaja said, I think exciting times in content space. So many creators waiting to find their voice. So in everything that's happening around us, I think one thing is going to stay with content. Like he said, garage में बनाओ या production house में बनाओ, content रहेगा, and I think the future अच्छा ही है.
Fantastic. I think it was a great session. I think we deserve and all deserve a good clap. I think good insights. Everyone is going back with optimism, and we continue to have this optimism with future being bright and fun and masti. That's what I could put across. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sid, for giving this opportunity, and we look forward for an exciting session today.
Thank you so much to everyone for this lovely session. Please be on stage. May I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief IWMBuzz, to kindly give away the mementos and the special pack of donuts from Mad Over Donuts. Can we please request you all for a photo opportunity? Thank you so much to all of you. All right, so far so good. Nickelodeon presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rainshine Entertainment. Associate partners Neela Film Productions, Mad Over Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, and 24 Frames Digital. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live. For more details, you can always go on to indiakidssummit.com, IWMBuzz.com, and manoranjannews.com. Right now, we have a special act. May I please call upon stage Chef Padi over here. She'll be telling us about the interesting food that we are going to be having over here at Kidzania today. So Chef Padi, the stage is all yours. May I please have you on stage? I am yet to spot Chef Padi over here. Chef Padi, do we have you? In the meantime, till the time Chef Pari comes, can we please play the promo over here?
तुझे देखने के चक्कर में मेरा हर बटन खराब हो गया है। तुझ पर मुझसे ज्यादा प्रेशर है, फिर भी तेरी वजह से निकलोडियन
तू वाइट रेप, iPhone 13 और ना जाने क्या क्या देकर बच्चों को अपने साइड पर किया रे।
जो हक मैंने बच्चों को नहीं दिया वो तूने दिया। अच्छी आदत है,
सिखा सिखा कर
हमारा काम बढ़ा दिया। मेरी तरफ कोई देखता नहीं।
All right, कोई भी special for this special entry, I would like to call upon stage Chef Pari once again. I think, can we please clap? First of all, I think quite a lot of spirit being shown by the kids over here. Chef Pari, huge round of cheers for you. The stage is all yours, madam. Please go ahead. You want a mic? Can I please have a mic for her, please?
Hi everyone, my name is Prita Aminwani. I am the chef of Nutella Cafe. It is the favorite time of the day. It is lunch time. I think the people who eat food, they are the best people. And please don't waste food. It is our pleasure to serve you all. Thank you.
Has anyone ever told you that you are indeed a pari and an angel? You indeed are. Wonderful stuff. We have a logistics issue, and as of now, the next session is not happening, it's delayed. So we'll break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So please enjoy your meal, and we'll see you in the second half of India Kids Summit Season 4. Thank you so much.
दोनों एकदम टाइम पर खाना खाते हैं, दादी से कहानियाँ सुनते हैं, स्कूल भी टाइम टाइम पर जाते हैं और खेलने कूदने में भी आगे हैं। दोस्तों के दोस्त हैं तो टीचर्स के फेवरेट। दोनों आपस में झगड़ते भी बहुत है और जरूरत आने पर भाई बहन की एकता का बेस्ट
so that we can resume the proceedings. Requesting all of you to kindly join us over here so that we can go forward with the second half. We'll begin shortly as soon as I see more people joining us over here once again. All right, so I believe we are good to go. So welcome back to the second half of India Kids Summit 2023. I hope you all had a great lunch. I can see some smiling faces when I talk about lunch over here. So I think that's quite interesting. So Nickelodeon presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rainshine Entertainment, associate partners Neela Film Productions, Mad Over Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, and 24 Frames Digital. It is an initiative by IWMBuzz Live, and for more details, you can go on to www.indiakidsummit.com, www.iwmbuzz.com, and manoranjannews.com. So let's get rock and rolling. We look forward to our next panel discussion for the day. The topic for the moment is marketing trends to look out for in 2023. To moderate the session going forward, may I please call upon stage Rahul Dhamdhere, Chief Marketing Officer, Kidzania, on stage, please. Welcome back, sir. He'll be joined on stage by Udit Mittal, DGM, Head Media, Research and Analytics, Corporate Branding and Associations, Tata Motors. Hello, sir. Mohit Ahuja, President, Ozu Group. Hello, sir. Tarak Bhattacharya, Executive Director, Mad Over Donuts. The donuts are indeed yummy, sir. Rajesh Suneet Jain, Senior Category Marketing Lead, Orion India. Hello, sir. So the first panel for the moment after lunch is set. The stage is all yours, sir. You can go
Thank
forward.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope everyone had a very, very good lunch and is wide awake for this kind of this panel discussions. I'm sorry we are the last batch, or we are the next batch after lunch to keep everybody awake. Okay. India Kids Summit is, like I said, it's the fourth year, which is, this is the fourth year we are doing it in. And we tend to look at what marketing to children needs to do, how it will grow, what kind of trends we have to pick up as marketers. I think there is a great amount of gray matter on the panel right now who could actually tell us from your categories or your experiences what we need to look at when we go further in 2023, 2024, keeping it behind the COVID years or the lockdowns which all of us faced through. And I think all of us had a lot of tough time professionally, personally, right? So kids as a category is growing. Kids as a target audience is huge. The amount of money which is spent because of kids, either directly or indirectly because of kids, is growing. How are each one of you in your expertise, in your experience in the companies you run or the business you run, actually targeting the kids on a general be it tester power, be it just making sure that the parents go out and shop and spend more for the kids, right?
So, kids as a category, look, I think we should stop seeing kids as a separate category now, because in every sector which I can see, and basis first-hand experience with my daughter, they are the main influencer or their decision maker, starting from your food habits to your daily lifestyle to your automobile purchase, and specifically into automobile purchase. If you see in urban vicinities, almost 80% purchase is decided by the kids. Okay, they decide on the features, they decide on the vehicle, brand and everything. Parents are only the financiers. So that's how we are seeing. But yes, over the period, during the pandemic and post-pandemic also, we are seeing that the trend is continued. Though their behavior has changed a bit as compared to pre-pandemic, because they are now becoming more phygital, where a physical experience physical experience plus digital experience is what they definitely want and growing up. And it's coming very dominantly into automobile sector also.
How about you, sir?
Yeah, so yeah, manifestations can be physical or digital, but I sincerely feel that and this is cross-category, right? Kids as the consumer for tomorrow. So I really think there are three mantras that we follow. I have at least followed throughout. One is the fact that be real, don't preach, speak from the heart. That's one. Two, I think it's kids. You look at Greta Thunberg, right, who lead things like climate change, sustainability. That's what they learn at school. So it is high time, brands with all their CSR talk and everything they think is about, say, environment, they talk first to the kids on these, because those are the guys who are going to make it real. If we are aiming for a net zero emission in some 2,000, 20,000 X year, then it has to be led on the back of these kids. And it is marketing in its truest sense which will make this happen. And third, lastly, it's causal. There are a lot of causes brands speak about, and especially in India when you have marketing budgets which have CSR angles. And just to cite a personal example, my 10-year-old is a vegan, and when we look at a car, there are few cars in India which are vegan, because all of them will have some leather cover on the steering, and Tata is doing some great work on that. So he becomes a great decision maker on categories like that. So speak for a cause which kids today go for, and I think you'll endure yourself in that kid's heart forever. So I think these are the three larger things that I would go for, really.
What about from the Mad Over Donuts perspective? I think it's a fantastic category with pester power, like enormous, infinite pester power.
Yeah, you're right. I think Mr. Mittal started with talking about food, I think. I think that shows it, that what kind of power we have as a category, because it's all about emotions, I think, more than anything else. I think pester power, you're right. I think food has been decided, so I don't want to go that way when people talk about that, watch them grow and, see them young and watch them grow. So maybe we are into that category where people actually start talking about donuts at their early category. And then when you go to the B school, etc. of the world, I think they still have that indulgence in donuts. So I think we are that category where, and obviously coming to the stores where they can actually experience how the donuts get made. Online they see in Insta, Reels, etc. how we make our donuts, etc. I think that catches that induced or that power to get them into the stores. I think it's an amazing feeling that is why I think we are doing well as a category.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the great point you made was about how kids can get to see how donuts are made. And that's an experience which is something which is like a touch and feel experience which MOD actually brings.
So what they see, they can do it also at Kidzania, they can do it also, whatever they see at the store, we induce them to do at our store also. And I think this is a fantastic place where they've been doing it also for some years now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rajay?
Good afternoon. So people who don't know about Orion, we make choco pies. We make about 3.5 billion of them every year. I think what COVID brought among all of us and as an industry was that the content which was consumed by kids and teenagers went up manifold for that matter. And parents were struggling as, how do I limit the content? How do I make sure that the content which is being consumed is right? So if you talk about us as an industry, now we have a concept called toy in bag. that every pack you purchase or every chip bag you purchase, you get a toy for that matter. Now, how we are trying to transition is that can it be a VR-based game in which, while not being preachy, but is there an option for the kid to learn something for that matter? A, as an option. So just replace a instant gratification with something which offers education. B, also look at the insights that we as marketeers sometimes forget that 60% of kid population in India is still based out of tier 2 and tier 3 towns. And they, while they're okay in terms of conversant in English and Hindi, but they still prefer a Gujarati or a Marathi or a Punjabi as their primary medium of communication. Now, when you look at content which is generated by us as marketeers and by the ecosystem which is there, it's, if I'm not wrong, 80% plus would be in either Hindi or English for that matter. So using language as a tool and having that flexibility as a brand to make sure that you communicate right. Third, I think all said and done, as no matter how we have evolved as people and how we have embraced Western values, India continues to be a place where culture and heritage are always celebrated. So the fun a kid will have in a Ganesh Chaturthi or in a Janmashtami is unparalleled, vice versa if you take him to a mall for that matter and have an engagement. So make sure that you always dial up that cultural heritage. And that is, I think somebody said about emotion. So that's how you will dial up the emotion at an aggregate level. So at least these are the trends we are looking for.
You know, I'm glad you brought up the cultural heritage and the Ganesh Chaturthis and so on and so forth. That leads me to the next point of mine was storytelling. I think one of the biggest brands in the world, the Disneys, the Walt Disney, are masters at storytelling. They actually build their story first and then they actually make the physical manifestation of it. You take any of their products which are being sold, right? Similarly, when you have the Ganesh Chaturthis or the Janmashtamis or any of the other festivals, there's a lot of story and there's a lot of history attached to it. From your perspective, from the communication bit of it, how do we look at that as talking to children? Because like you correctly said, preaching is not the correct way because I think kids are fed up of being taught all the time, right? But somehow we tell them interesting story and then they tend to believe it more than anything else. So from the communication bit of it, if all of you could just elaborate how we could take this forward, how do you see it changing, keeping in mind what's happening right now?
No, absolutely. In fact, over the past few years, there's been a renewed emphasis on content form as in place of advertising. So earlier, if a brand did like 90% advertising and 10% content, it's come down to 60 and 40. So when you do content, it's about the story in general, and it's not about a product placement. It's about how the product can act either as a facilitator or just as a, as a sponsor of that particular story. So I think story is important across, and given the limited time span, even kids today, do over their parents' cell phones or their iPads, storytelling becomes a very important format because skip ad is the first thing your kid is going to be doing, right? So how do you avoid that? By making it interesting and engaging. And storytelling aided by, I would also say, the 3 V's that we talk of for rural marketing, they're so relevant for kids marketing. Vernac you spoke of, video and voice. I think voice starts from a really early age. I've seen 3-year-old kids who talk and get their things done through an Alexa or a Siri. So I think voice and storytelling, like you said, these are 2 things that are shifting a lot of advertising focus away from traditional, when I say traditional, I actually mean right now digital advertising because that's traditional for this kid, right? And moving into newer formats like storytelling, whether it's in pictures, voice, or AR and VR, because those are stories where you can just see them happening in front of your eyes, So that's, I think, where most of us will move sooner or later.
Udit, Tata Motors as a brand has always been great at making communication and ads per se. There's a lot of thought process, a lot of story which goes inside. How do we do that to children? How do we talk to children when it comes to that?
Okay, so it's a very interesting question because I'll give you an example. 3 years back, in 2020 January, when we launched, and that happened first time in the world, that a company has changed its complete portfolio from BS4 to BS6. No other company did that into the world ever. So we did that in 2020, but how to communicate that to the customer? And customer not means only to the adults and beyond, but how to children also. In that case, we experimented with, as I said, with Google AIs, with Google VRs, and we tried with Siri and multiple platforms. And we created a complete chat-based experience for our whole customers. And we have found that that software itself is still learning, because we get daily so many questions from our younger influencers also, which keeps us motivated to continue that, and that continued till during pandemic also and post-pandemic also. Now, since I handle research and analytics also for Tata Motors, I give you some behavioral difference between the adults and a child mindset. So, as an adult, what we want from any of the platform which either we serve or we want our child to serve is information, knowledge, and very simplistic way it should be communicated. But today's child is not concerned about complexity of any experience, right? They want information, they are not fearful of any complexity, but they definitely want entertainment along with it. So and that's where we are seeing all these tech ad companies coming into the place where they are providing all the knowledge and information in a very informative and entertaining way to the customers, to the child. So that way, as an automobile, and since we are considered a very conventional industry, I think it is very critical for us, and we are learning day in, day out about how to communicate to them more effectively and bring them into our fold. Because as I said, right, they are child today, but tomorrow they are our customers.
Absolutely, absolutely. But in your case, they're a child now, and then they continue to be your customers even going ahead. So how do you talk to them?
So I think, again, storytelling has been a bigger part of us also. So every 4 to 5 weeks, we launch our newer donuts as festival category. For example, we'll be doing mango immediately, because that's what the kids will see on their reels soon, I think. You know, that mango is there in the flavor of the season. Mango is the one where they want to eat in whatever form it is. So I give them in donut form then. So I think it's a very important sect, I think, for us also, that we give the kids what they want. In fact, if you are genuinely ask me, whatever we have done forever now, for example, a Kit Kat donut, it came from a kid influencer who said that please do a Kit Kat donut, for example, do a Oreo donut for us. You know, do a Christmas donut specifically to this form. So I think they have become a huge influence for us to understand what kind of consumers want at this point of time. And we have been doing that forever, I think. So that has helped us. So that also becomes a story part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in your case, I think it's a brand which everybody loves right now. I mean, everybody wants to eat it. Sorry?
Yeah, I love it.
In fact, I just met a panelist who was saying that, you know, my son loves it. It is super heavy. And, you know, so how do you, and when you're storytelling, what do you keep in mind, per se? Are there certain things what you do talk about? There are certain things you will not talk about?
So I'll tell you where we use it from a business perspective. So you mentioned that mango and how dialing it up. Now, Choco Pie as a category was pretty stagnant in India with just a chocolate flavor product being available. We're the first company in India to launch flavored Choco Pies. We chose to, now we had an option to go with 500 different fruits. We could choose a watermelon, a raspberry, a grape, any fruit for that matter. But we chose mango as one of our first products to launch, a mango Choco Pie. It's contributing, flavors contribute more than 40% of our total Choco Pie sales right now.
Wow, that's huge.
And that's in a span of 1.5 years. That's purely on the strength of the storytelling of mango, because kids, they have grown up with mango as the story of the center of the table, of the family for that matter, as you rightly said. So we had an option whether do we go with a dark chocolate, whether we go with a choco chip, Choco Pie, how do we go with it? But we realized that the story with mango is so strong that it will take the product through, and that's how we did it. So yeah, absolutely.
I think all of us, we were just discussing some time back how COVID actually hit and what all brands actually landed up doing. there was a time when we couldn't step out of the house, so everything was digital in its whole right? All communication, Kidzania was shut, but you were still interacting with partners and customers and kids online. Then there was last year, which was a phenomenal for certain brands and certain sectors, where you had huge amount of, if I may call it, revenge shopping, or brands willing to, or people wanting to go out more and more, revenge eating, revenge shopping, revenge traveling. How do we see it in the next or this financial year, where things seem to be getting back to normal? I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, things seem to getting back to normal. I think every category of ours would have faced different challenge, right? From the eating category would have been a different challenge. I think the Zomatos of the world would have helped because they were doing direct deliveries, but your production would have suffered, right? Cars in this particular category of cars, not sure how many actually went out and shopped, or they actually saved money to buy now. But now things might just, plateau from the sales perspective. How do we see it the next financial year rolling out?
So for us also, I think people say it was revenge eating. I think it is, again, coming back to the whole thing, food is all about emotions. So I think they were eating that dal chawal every day. I think they didn't like it that way. And nobody likes it that way. You have to call for a Zomato and Swiggy soon. And that's what happened with everybody. I think Zomato, Swiggy came into the picture. We ourselves were doing a lot of deliveries. Although I can only tell you that maybe the whole world was shut. We were only shut for 10 days. And we started telling the government of India that, listen, we make food. And food is as essential as milk. So we started doing it. So they helped us doing that. They gave us the permission to start doing things. So we were only shut for 10 days. Although things improved only after a year. And after a year, it improved in such a way that we were doing double-digit numbers against 2019. And it continued till December, I think. Things are looking to be stabilized right now. Although I will not say that we are not touching the double-digit as yet. But I think maybe till this year it should be there till this year. I feel so till December again. And maybe January and February and March could be the time where things will start getting normalized, and but I think food will still do well as a category. I think especially the QSR. Restaurant will take time to pick up, I think, but QSR already started doing well as a category.
Yeah, we can see that actually, how the kind of people wanting to eat out more often. So there are upward trends when it comes to the restaurants. How about you?
So I think I'll answer this question into two parts. What you mentioned that we went into an age of digital and then physical, and how are we going to be right now? So I think how we see is that it's going to be a hybrid approach, that a physical meet and greet or a physical interaction, the kind of energy or the kind of level of excitement it brings with kids is not matchable anywhere. So of course that continues. At the same point of time, a virtual experience does give a very strong extension in terms of reach. So if I have 100 kids whom I can reach out with a physical meet, that number exponentially goes up to 1,000 or 1,500 the moment you switch to virtual. So how we see trends evolving is that physical continues, but virtual coexisting along with that, A, as a trend. B, in terms of communication, we see that a lot of content will still be consumed by kids. So content generation is what we will be focusing on. We'll be working with a lot of influencers, a lot of food specialists in terms of creating uniqueness. For example, one of the biggest trends right now on all e-commerce websites is spicy chips. The more spicier you have, a Jolo chip or a Doritos chip. So we launch a spicy devil chip. Now it's so hot that you require a cold drink or some kind of a drink along with it to drizzle it down. So an experimentative trends from a product perspective. More products you introduce which are experimentative, people will try it out for sure.
Absolutely. Udit, from Tata Motors' perspective, I think there was a point of time when Tata Motors had a very different perception, I think, from before COVID. And then suddenly, boom, Tata Motors is up there right now. And your products or your category is a little bit more of a sustained, thought about purchase, right? Did you see a big jump after COVID, or was it, wait and watch kind of a game, and now how do you expect it to move on, and how do kids still play a critical role in that?
No, Rahul, very well said that yes, today's kids are very more concerned about sustainability, about related ecology or eco-related, environment-related topics. So that's why we definitely have to make our brand relevant to them for the future considerations, right? That's where in April 2022, yes, April 2022, when we unveiled two of our products to the country, Avinya and Curve, which are actually produced in keeping that into mind. In our current products also, we are using a huge lot of this recycled material and all those things. But when it comes to Avinya and Curve, these products are sustainable products. Means these will get merged into the environment in its due course of life. So, for example, I give you an example of Avinya. Avinya complete platform is based on natural material extracted from the sea. Right, its upholstery is created through natural fiber. So yes, it is very critical for a conventional industry like us, automotive industry, to be relevant for future customers so that we start working towards all these points well in time.
And do you see children actually playing a very critical role when it comes to sustainability, or actually having these kind of features which are recyclable or made from sea or any other sustainable products? I mean,
definitely, man, definitely. Look, till our generation, we all are concerned about money. I'm very frank with you guys. हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि 5 लाख की गाड़ी आ रही है, कैसे उस पर 10,000 रुपए का और डिस्काउंट ले लें. But today's kids are not like us. They want a sustainable product, even if it matters for them to spend some 10,000 or some 50,000 more. But they want their future to be safe. So they make their parents aware and literate about all these particular topics. So obviously not my daughter, she is very small, but I have seen kids coming into the dealerships speaking a lot about safety, about sustainability, and safety being a very big point these days along with sustainability, because we are seeing COVID has changed their evaluation pattern, their areas of interest completely. Now people are more concerned about safety and they're ready to spend. And that's where other manufacturers who were not ready to introduce such safety features into their car are now bringing in. And government has also brought in a lot of safety. Yeah, so sustainability, safety and all those things play a very critical role. Yes, yeah. And we're very sure our whole auto landscape will change in the coming 4 or 5 years. It will change completely for the country.
How about you, sir?
COVID and post-COVID, that's the point we were talking of. Yeah, so absolutely agree. I think COVID has enhanced these kind of thoughts which were just mentioned. Now, from a pure advertising perspective, as Rajay mentioned, earlier, during COVID, people were, or marketers were forced to, and I'm using the word forced, to take matters online and advertising online. And now it's seen more as a reach device. So you do offline experiential events and, enhance the reach through online, which just highlights the facts. And disclaimer, Kidzania is not paying me to say this, but experiential places really help form a kid's habit onto the brand. So if a kid comes here and sees biscuits being baked there, or chocolate there, or newspapers there, that brand will remain in their minds. Like just a small thing, like way back when I was a kid, this newspaper brand started newspaper in education in my school, right? It was one of the pioneer brands, we all know that. And that is what gained my interest in newspapers and made it a lifelong passion. Because, I got it not as a sales thing, but as an experiential, practical learning things. And I think experience matters. Offline, yes, but if offline is not possible, then online is good. And physically, of course, great, but AR and VR is better because that's where the thought leadership, that's where the kids' interest also lies. So I think post-COVID, we are able to do the best of what we did during COVID and the best of what we did prior to COVID. And which is why I think from a marketer's point and from a kid's delight point of view, this is one of the best phases of advertising or reaching out to kids.
Something which came up in COVID, and I remember we were all forced because schools started going online. Suddenly the sales of your laptops went through the roof because everybody wanted to buy laptops for school. I remember Chroma, the study which Chroma did, and the amount of sale on dishwashers, which Chroma went and did, was different. But coming back to the laptop points, every kid now has a laptop or a smartphone. I think that is a plus point when it came from COVID, because the digitization which happened in India, and this, I was reading an article which was of the World Economic Forum, and said India remains a bright spot in the next financial year because of the way it has from zero to completely digitize itself, right? But it also has negative points. How do we handle, or how are you planning to handle AI, chatbot, and the biggest craze right now is the chat GPT. Are you going to jump onto the bandwagon of the chat GPT, or from the AI perspective? And we are still talking to children. We are still talking, what are the security measures which we should take? Because they are still, your daughter is 6-year-old, my daughter is 12, and so on. And how do we control what they see, who reaches to them, and how do marketers handle that?
So, इसका आंसर तो मुझे भी चाहिए. Yeah, we don't know. But yes, basically, there is no, to be very frank, any practical answer, because we are not experts into child behavior. But somewhere it has to start from your house only. You have to limit your digital exposure within the house. But I know it's easier to said than done, but that's the only way. And as a marketer, I should be responsible. Okay, I should be responsible enough to know that what I need to put on digital media with respect to my brand, how much engaging I need to put it. Definitely every brand want to engage audience so that they become into their consideration set. But I think it is also critical that we provide informative content to them along with entertainment, so that people not only see it for entertainment, and that's what most of the people, we also are getting engaged into. We all know that how much Facebook Reels or Insta Reels we all watch in a day. Like, it's in hours,
Absolutely.
Right? But if we provide a very concise, a very pinpointed content, I think as a marketer our job is done, and parents bhi khush honge, na?
No, I completely agree. I think it starts from that from a marketer's point, it can't be intrusive, and from a parental household point, it can't be, forced. So I think what both the parent in the household and the marketer should adopt is an attitude of positivity. See, today there's ChatGPT, yesterday there was the web, then there's the gaming side. All of them have a propensity to be able to attract the negative and the positive. I think the way around these is to positivize the environment. So for example, I got my kid to write a story and a limerick on a given topic through ChatGPT. So you're trying to highlight the positives that any platform can get.
Sure.
And I think if marketers adopt that attitude, the negative aspects will never rise up. That's what happened traditionally across any new media that has come about. And I think that responsibility and positivity is something that as a person, as a consumer, and as a marketer is both my responsibility and my duty.
Understood. How about you? How would you handle this particular IT revolution trend when it comes to food from both your perspectives?
So I think when ChatGPT went viral and we started experimenting with it as a company, we realized all the AI models, the other AI models which are there, they are as good as the amount of information you feed them. If you ask them which is the best SUV in India, they'll give you a generic answer. But if you ask them which is the best SUV in India, I travel 30 kilometers a day in a terrain which is so and so. This is the kind of mileage I want. This is the kind of stuff I want. They will give you a comprehensive answer in terms of able to understand. So what we realized as an organization was that you have to feed it more data. And that data is kid-centric. Kids wear, how are they consuming, what flavors, what do they like, what they do not like for that matter. Are there any protocols in place? I don't think so in terms of safety right now. So as an organization level, we are slightly phasing it out or not jumping onto the
Wait
bandwagon.
and watch kind of a...
Yes, a wait and watch effort because we don't know what will happen with all the data which will feed onto ChatGPT and how it will be utilized. So that's a concern while we are all responsible as marketers and as parents also, for sure. So
For us also as a brand, I think we have to be responsible for what we are providing as a content to the consumers, to the kids, to everybody actually. It's not about only kids as a pattern. But yeah, we don't know at this, and this is more like out of syllabus question. I also don't know the answer at this point of time. So we'll keep it to that, I think.
Great. Last bit from my side is one point in which trend you're looking out for in the next year. One big trend which from your perspective is going to define your line of business, obviously keeping children in mind.
Yeah, so as a marketer, definitely a local influencer definitely plays a very critical role in bringing the relevant content to that region specific audience. But as a consumer, I think metaverse will play a very big role in coming future. I'm still not that optimistic about ChatGPT because it is now started getting banned in multiple countries. But when it comes to metaverse, I think the more experiential we make it and more inclusive we make it, along with the information, obviously not only for the interview, because people started playing gaming and all those things, but if we start doing that, I think it's going to be upcoming trend.
So my answer to this is that, generations may change, yeah, but the manifestation changes, the generic or the core stays same. So I think storytelling from a brand point of view has been done well traditionally. If you looked at Poppins did comics like since 70s, right? So we will still bet, I think we are seeing, like I spoke earlier, a lot of video content which is non-advertising in nature, and that is where I'll put my money on for now, for kids.
For us, I think we rely on our product. I think could be vegan tomorrow, could be a sugar-free donut tomorrow. And that is what the kids are looking at also, more of a lifestyle at this point of time. Maybe we'll stick to the actual fundamental product, not anything online.
Great.
So if I answer this question with data, and if you say that what is one thing which has outpaced our GDP growth and our earning and our spending, it's actually the cost of raising a child. That has gone up, I think, 60% or 60x vis-a-vis any other trend in India right now. So as you're churning into a developing economy and moving on to a developed economy, possibly in the next 25 to 30 years for that matter, I think anything and everything which is related to education but does give the kid a good experience will be my bet. Any experience, Kidzania being a very good example that I was in Delhi Kidzania I was just talking about. And the biggest thing which happens is that schools send kids over to Kidzania and they say that what have you learned and what do you want to be.
Correct.
So therefore the value of education and what can you learn out of any experience. So
Great.
that's something which we'll bet our fingers
Thank you.
on.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. So we have heard from metaverse to storytelling to product differentiation and obviously experiential educational institutions plus what Kidzania does. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much for spending time with us. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I request you all to be on stage for the photo, and may I please call up on stage Franklin Toscano, CTO and co-founder IWMBuzz Media Network, to kindly present the mementos and the Mad Over Donut special pack. I love the discussion about food over here. Can we please have a nice group photo with all of you? All right, picture perfect moment indeed. Thank you so much for the lovely session, all of you. Well, it's always important to thank your sponsors and partners for the support that they show. So Nickelodeon presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rain Shine Entertainment, associate partners Neela Film Productions, Marover Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, 24 Frames Digital, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Any social media content that you all are shooting, you can always post with the hashtag India Kids Summit, and we would love to see them. Moving on now, we have a really special fireside chat over here. I think Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma is one show that is popular for all, right? I think I can hear some interesting comments over there in the audience. Tappu Sena, then I think Bapuji, Jethalal, Dayaben, who doesn't know all these, right? I think you have something else to say? Of course. How can we forget that? Yes, of course, Jethalal, Babita ji, etc. So the man who's actually made it possible in every way, I think we are going to be having him right now. So may I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz Media Network, to kindly come up on stage. I think we might just need to hold up a little bit. So in the meantime, we can play the promos, please. Yeah. So I think they're here, so we can go forward. We can go forward. So the session, the topic is Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma's kid-centric future plans. May I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz Media Network, and the lovely Asit Kumar Modi sir, director, Neela Film Productions. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. The stage is all yours. Let's get to know more about Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma.
Thank you so much, Subhojit. Thank you so much. I think Asit ji, आप थोड़ा अब दौड़ के आए हो तो thank you so much for being here, sir, and it's an absolute privilege to have you with us. Everyone knows about Tarak Mehta. सबको तारक मेहता पता है. आपके tunes भी यहाँ सुबह से काफ़ी enjoy कर रहे हैं. सर ये बात बताइए to begin the conversation. बहुत changes आए. COVID आया, OTT आया, दुनिया बदल गई, perceptions बदल गए. पर तारक मेहता रह गया. Be it ratings, be it the digital footprint, be it everything. What makes the show the timeless nature that it is, sir?
सबसे पहले आपका शुक्रिया कि मुझे आपने इनवाइट किया. और देखो, टाइम तो बहुत कुछ बदल चुका है, आपने एकदम बराबर कहा. क्योंकि जब हमने 2008 में ये शो जब चालू किया था, तभी सोशल मीडिया कुछ नहीं था. हल्का फुल्का फेसबुक था और कुछ नहीं था. व्हाट्सएप भी बाद में आया, इंस्टाग्राम बाद में आया, डिजिटल हुआ, यूट्यूब इतना था नहीं. तो बहुत कुछ दुनिया बदल गई. लेकिन जैसे कि 2008 में जब तारक मेहता, तभी भी मैं पेंट शर्ट पहनता था, आज भी वही पहनता हूँ. तो
Lovely.
इसमें कुछ अवतार में बदल नहीं आया है. तो वैसे ही तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा का जो शो है, जो अवतार है, जो 2008 में हमने चालू किया था, तो हमने कांस्टेंट स्टडी किया लोगों का बिहेवियर, कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर, जो मेरे व्यूअर है, जो रोज एपिसोड देखते हैं. तो हर एक चीज़ का, हमारे देश का जियोग्राफिकल चेंजेस हो गया, इकोनॉमी में बदलाव आ गया, पॉलिटिकल चेंजेस हुआ, वो सब हमने ध्यान से देखा कि हमारे दर्शक को क्या चाहिए, व्हाट आवर दर्शक अपना व्यूअर्स वांट टू सी. एंड हमको लगा कि नहीं, हमारे दर्शकों को ऐसा एक एंटरटेनमेंट चाहिए कि घर पे आके उनको खुशी मिले, परिवार के साथ देखे और उनको हंसना है, खुशी की, वो लोग खुश रहना चाहते हैं। तो वो जो हमने अभी तक कंटिन्यू रखा है, और अभी चाहे कोई भी मीडियम हो, चाहे फेसबुक हो, यूट्यूब हो, FTA चैनल्स हो, सैटेलाइट चैनल हो, या यूट्यूब हो, OTT प्लेटफॉर्म हो, तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा आपको हर जगह देखने मिलेगा।
और नंबर 1 है
वो नहीं, वो तो ईश्वर का आशीर्वाद और सब दर्शकों का प्यार है, तो और रोज मेहनत करते हैं उसके लिए।
वंडरफुल। सो बिफोर यू आस्क यू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन सर, मैं मेरे कंसोल में जो बैठा हो उनको मैं बोलूँगा कि घड़ी चला दो, या नहीं तो ये कॉन्वर्सेशन कल तक चलती रहेगी, बिकॉज इट्स अ गुड कॉन्वर्सेशन टू हैव। सर मुझे ये बताइए कि यू हैव कॉन्कर्ड सो मच in the TV space. You have seen ups and downs, challenges, and you have seen through it. अभी जो हमें बताया गया है हमारे सूत्रों से कि आप टीवी के बाद किड्स बिजनेस में भी बहुत धमाल करने वाले हो। सो ये जो पिवट आपने सोचा टीवी से किड्स, ये क्या थॉट से आई सर?
देखिए, तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा जब चालू हुआ ना, तब से लेके अभी तक 4 to 14 का एज ग्रुप है, उसके अंदर वो हमेशा नंबर 1 शो रहा है। और तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा बच्चों का शो नहीं है, वो फैमिली शो है। लेकिन जो बच्चे लोग हैं वो 4 to 14 का जो एज ग्रुप है उसमें आज भी नंबर 1 है, और बच्चे लोगों ने बहुत प्यार दिया है।
यस।
तो मुझे लगा कि अभी शो का जो नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या होगा, क्योंकि हम टीवी तो रोज कर रहे हैं, और टीवी का या तो जो भी कहानी होती है सैटेलाइट टीवी की, वो या तो वुमेन सेंट्रिक होती है, और सब लोग फैमिली शो, तो GEC पे तो सब लोग फैमिली शो ही बनाते हैं।
एब्सोल्युटली।
लेकिन उससे आगे क्या, तो बच्चों का जो स्पेस है वो मैं बहुत ऐसा लगा कि वहाँ मैं बहुत कुछ कर सकता हूँ। ये ब्रांड को मैं बच्चों को मैं पास लेके जाऊँगा, ताकि बच्चे लोग अपना वर्जन में देखें। ये तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा का हर कैरेक्टर आज भी देखो तो 5-6 साल से बच्चे से लेके 90 साल के जो हमारे सीनियर सिटीजन है, चाचा जी, दादाजी जो भी है, वो आज भी देखते हैं।
एब्सोल्युटली।
लेकिन जो छोटे बच्चे हैं 2 साल 3 साल, तो उनके लिए भी मैं कुछ कर सकता हूँ। और थोड़े ग्रोन अप हो गए किड्स, और आज के तारीख में जो मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया है कि जो बच्चों का जो जनरेशन है वो एवरी 4 ईयर में बदल जाता है। 4 साल का बच्चा का अलग है, 8 साल का बच्चा और बदल जाता है, 12 साल का बच्चा का और माइंडसेट बदल जाता है, और 16 ईयर में तो एकदम वो एल्डरली बिहेव करते हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा हमने एक चेंज देखा है। तो हमने सोचा कि सारे जो एज ग्रुप, बच्चों के भी अभी एज ग्रुप हो गए, 2 to 6, 6 to 10, 10 to 14, 14 to 18। तो इसके लिए वो स्पेस में हम लोग कुछ करना चाहते हैं। तो इसके लिए हमने तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा का, और वो जो ब्रांड है तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा एक कंज्यूमर ब्रांड है, एंटरटेनमेंट का वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट कंज्यूमर ब्रांड।
एब्सोल्युटली।
तो इसको मैं अलग अलग लेवल पे कैसे लेके जाऊं,
विच इवन द ऑनरेबल PM ऑफ अवर कंट्री एंडोर्सेस इट। सबको पता है। आपने बोला किड्स बिजनेस में बहुत काम करना है, पर आपने ऑलरेडी काफ़ी काम किया है। सो प्लीज़ कैन यू शेयर सम ऑफ द सक्सेस स्टोरीज, सम ऑफ द वर्क जो ऑलरेडी आपने ये स्पेस में कर चुके हैं सर, सम ऑफ द कैरेक्टर्स, सम ऑफ द इनोवेशंस।
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आज मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रहा है ये शेयर करने के लिए। और जो तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा का जो लाइव एक्शन है, जो हम लोग सब टीवी पे देखते हैं 8:30 को
जी,
तो उसका हमने शो वो भी चल रहा है और एनिमेशन शो भी हमने बनाया।
yes.
ऐसा कभी हुआ नहीं है कि एक तरफ आपके पास लाइव एक्शन भी है और एनिमेशन शो भी है। तो हमने बच्चों को एनिमेटेड, हमारे जो किरदार है उनको एनिमेटेड कैरेक्टर बना दिया कि जेठालाल एनिमेटेड, जो तारक मेहता है, टप्पू सेना है, भिड़े, माधवी, सबका हमने एनिमेटेड अवतार बनाया और बच्चों के लिए शो बनाया। तो एनिमेशन शो भी चलता रहेगा। और सबसे जो अभी हमारा एक लेटेस्ट वेंचर है, जो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई, हमने रिस्क लिया है। हम अभी तो फिलहाल वो यूट्यूब पे रन कर रहे हैं, जो है राइम्स।
नर्सरी राइम्स.
नर्सरी राइम्स. और हिंदी में कहूँ तो बाल गीत, मराठी में बाल गीत. तो मैंने देखा कि हमारे देश में इतनी सारी भाषाएं हैं. कितनी भाषाएं हैं? बंगाली, गुजराती, हिंदी, मराठी, कन्नड़, तमिल, तेलुगु, इंग्लिश, उर्दू, भोजपुरी, मैथिली, कितनी लैंग्वेजेस है. तो ये राइम्स जो सिर्फ हम लोग इंग्लिश में हमारे बच्चे लोगों को सुनाते हैं, और हमारी जो मदर टंग है, जो जिसकी भी जो मातृभाषा है, वो राइम्स तो है ही नहीं, आज एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है. तो मैं सोचा उसको रिवाइव करता हूँ.
भारत की बात कर रहे हो?
भारत देश की बात कर रहा हूँ. क्योंकि देखो, हम हमारा लैंग्वेज जो मदर टंग है ना, उसको नहीं भूल सकते हैं.
एब्सोल्युट.
इंग्लिश जरूरी है. तो हमने जो ज़्यादातर हमने इंग्लिश राइम्स बनाया, नर्सरी राइम्स बनाया, लेकिन हिंदी जो परफॉर्म कर रहा है, बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा है. हमने गुड़ी पड़वा के दिन, नया साल होता है गुड़ी पड़वा, तो वो साल पे हमने मराठी में बाल गीत लॉन्च किया, और अभी जल्दी गुजराती में लॉन्च करूँगा. तो ये ना मुझे खुशी मिल रही है कि हमने बच्चों के जोनर में ऐसा कुछ किया कि जो अपनी भाषा से भी, अपनी जो मदर टंग है, अपनी भाषा से भी वो लोग प्यार करेंगे, और कुछ बचपन से उनका जो मानसिक बौद्धिक विकास होगा. बचपन से वो लोग म्यूजिक और अपनी दुनिया देखेंगे. एनिमेटेड कैरेक्टर के जो विजुअल है, अगर आप देखिए उसको चैनल पे जाके, आपको इतना मस्त दिखेगा, शांति मिलेगी. और वो छोटे बच्चों को माँ बाप बचपन से वो राइम्स में लेके जाएंगे. फिर बड़े होंगे तो हमारा एनिमेशन शो है, उससे बड़े होंगे तो तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा लाइव शो है. तो हर एक एज ग्रुप के लिए अभी हम लोग अलग अलग चीज सोच रहे हैं.
आपने किसी को नहीं छोड़ा सर. मुझे ये बताओ सर कि व्हेन यू थिंक अबाउट कंटेंट, कि आपने बोला गुजराती, मैथिली, बंगाली, क्रिएटिविटी के साथ साथ डेटा पे भी आपका फिर रिलाई करते हो कि कौन कितना चल रहा है, कौन कितना देख रहा है, उस
फिर सबसे बड़ा गेम तो हमारा बाकी है, गोकुलधाम प्रीमियर लीग, जीपीएल. जीपीएल है ना, गोकुलधाम प्रीमियर लीग.
यस यस.
तो क्रिकेट का वो मैच होगा. यानी बहुत सारा 3700 एपिसोड है हमारे पास. हर एक एपिसोड एक एक यूनिक है, और ये राइट्स हमारे पास है, फॉर्मेट, कैरेक्टर्स, उसका आईपी है. तो हम लोग क्यों उसको बेहतर, एकदम
Absolutely.
अच्छे तरीके से यूज करें. और हमारा बहुत अच्छा टीम है, आप जानते हैं, बहुत अपने इंडस्ट्री में रिस्पेक्टेड नाम है, मिस्टर हरजीत छाबरा.
यस यस.
रिद्धिमा.
यस.
तो ये पूरा, और जो नई टीम है, यंग, ऋषिकेश और बाकी सब लोग, वो डे एंड नाइट एनिमेशन पे और गेमिंग पे बहुत मेहनत करते हैं. तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि ये खाली टेलीविज़न का जीईसी चैनल में नहीं रह के हम लोगों ने अपने आप को एक्सपांड किया है.
एब्सोल्युटली. तो बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग है, पर आपने एफर्ट किया है सर. सो टेलीविजन में तो द नुएंसेस ऑफ द बिजनेस, योर रिलेशनशिप्स, एवरीथिंग इज देयर. ये जो किड्स बिजनेस है, कितना अलग है इन टर्म्स ऑफ लर्निंग, डिलीवरिंग फ्रॉम द टीवी बिजनेस दैट यू हैव डन फॉर सो लॉन्ग. इसमें क्या चैलेंजेस और अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, आपको क्या लगता है?
चैलेंजेस सबसे बड़ा है ना, देखो सामने बैंक दिखता है, तो जो किड्स कंटेंट में उतना पैसा दिख नहीं रहा है कि हम जाके बैंक में जमा करें. करेक्ट. जितने भी लोग एनिमेशन शो बनाते हैं, तो अभी, लेकिन उसके अंदर कुछ चेंजेस रिक्वायर्ड है.
जैसे सर?
अभी तक ऐसा लग रहा है, लेकिन हमको एकदम पूरा उम्मीद है, विश्वास है कि हम लोग इसको अच्छा सा एक मॉडल बनाएंगे, जिसके अंदर अच्छा कंटेंट भी देंगे, और अच्छा सा हमारा ग्रोथ सेंटर भी होगा. अभी फिलहाल प्रॉफिट है नहीं, तो वो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है, क्योंकि बच्चों के लिए आप सर्टेन एडवर्टाइजमेंट कर सकते हो, नहीं कर सकते हो, यूट्यूब के ऊपर रिस्ट्रिक्शन है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कंटेंट पे काम होगा जब बच्चे लोग, जो किड्स है, उनके लिए अगर प्रॉपर एंटरटेनमेंट बनेगा तो धीरे धीरे वो एकदम बहुत बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी है। अभी फिलहाल नहीं है, लेकिन उसके लिए हमको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा। हमने सब लोगों ने टीवी पे मेहनत किया, आज टीवी कितना हजारों करोड़ का बिजनेस है
जी।
तो किड्स के अंदर अभी तो बहुत बाकी है। हम लोग एनिमेशन का फिल्म भी नहीं बना पाते, बच्चों का फिल्म भी नहीं है, बच्चों के लिए ड्रामास और थिएटर में प्ले नहीं है, बच्चों के लिए बहुत कुछ नहीं है
जी।
जो बच्चों को हम लोग अच्छा सीखने को भी मिले, एंटरटेनमेंट भी मिले, बच्चे लोग खुश रहे, पॉजिटिव थॉट मिले, तो वो सब तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा में है। तो उसी को हम एक्सपांड करते हैं। लेकिन आज जितने लोग भी यहाँ हैं, मैं एक चीज़ का मुझे विश्वास है कि बच्चे लोगों का किड्स जॉनर के अंदर, आज हम लोग सब ये किड्स समिट में इकट्ठे हुए, मैं एक चीज़ का 100% बोलता हूँ कि आने वाले 2-3 साल के अंदर ये दुनिया बदलने वाली है और बहुत अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी आने वाला है।
लवली। तो सर मुझे, आप जो ये रेवेन्यू मॉडल की बात कर रहे हो, आपको लगता है एडवर्टाइजिंग ड्रिवन जो एवीओडी मॉडल है इवेंचुअली होगा कि सब्सक्रिप्शन जो एसवीओडी मॉडल है, आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर एडवर्टाइजर से सपोर्ट ना भी आए, अगर आप अच्छा कंटेंट बनाते हो, सो पीपल विल पे सब्सक्राइब इस जॉनरा में, से नॉट इमीडिएटली बट इवेंचुअली?
देखो अभी पूरा जो जमाना है ना कंटेंट का है,
यस,
और कंपटीशन का है। तो कंटेंट और कंपटीशन, आपको दोनों जगह पे आपको बैलेंस रख के चलना है, क्योंकि एकदम कॉम्पिटिटिव मार्केट है, प्लस थोड़े कॉपीराइट के भी इश्यू है।
ओके।
जैसे कोई चीज़ अभी हमारे इंडिया में सब आसानी से कॉपी कर लेते हैं, इतना पायरेसी का इतना लॉ स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं है, और इसमें कॉम्पिटिटिव रहना, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव रहना, वो भी जरूरी है। यानी और कंटेंट भी अच्छा, तो उसको जो लोग तालमेल रख के चलेंगे उसका एकदम अच्छा होगा। लेकिन कंटेंट ऑलवेज आगे चलेगा, कंटेंट का रिक्वायरमेंट, अच्छा कंटेंट देखने के लिए सब लोग आएंगे, चाहे कुछ भी होएगा।
वंडरफुल। सर ये बताइए कि नाउ दैट यू आर रिसर्चिंग सो मच इन द किड स्पेस, यू सेड योर टीम इज रिसर्चिंग ऑन इट, तो फ्यूचर में जो ये इकोसिस्टम है उसमें ट्रेंड सेटर एलिमेंट्स क्या होंगे? मतलब गेमिंग हो सकता है, एनिमेशन हो सकता है, हम वेब3 मेटावर्स की बात कर रहे हैं। आपको क्या लगता है कि 2-3 साल में ये किड्स कंटेंट इकोसिस्टम में ट्रेंड सेटर एलिमेंट्स जो आपको लग रहा है हो जाएगा?
देखो बच्चों का जो जॉनर है ना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है, आप कुछ भी बच्चे लोगों को दिखा नहीं सकते। जो बच्चों का कंटेंट बना रहा है उनको थोड़ा सोशल प्रैक्टिसेस से थोड़ा अवेयर रहना पड़ेगा कि बच्चे लोग हैं, और जो आज के बच्चे लोग हैं वो हमारा देश का भविष्य है। तो हम लोग को ये बच्चों को अच्छा कुछ देना चाहिए जो हम प्रोग्रेसिव थॉट हो, और हम कुछ भी नहीं दिखा सकते। तो एजुकेशनल हो, एडवेंचरियस हो, थोड़ा पेट्रोटिज्म हो, तो ऐसा सब कंटेंट अगर हम लोग बनाएंगे तो मुझे लगता है वो ट्रेंड सेटर होगा, और उसमें बहुत कुछ हम लोग कर सकते हैं। बच्चों के लिए जो गेमिंग है, वो गेमिंग भी थोड़ा बच्चों के लिए लिमिटेड होना चाहिए। भले हमारा बिजनेस है, लेकिन बच्चे लोग अगर पढ़ाई छोड़ के अगर गेम पे लगे रहेंगे तो अच्छी बात नहीं है।
एब्सोल्युटली।
तो जो भी बच्चे लोग के कंटेंट में होना चाहिए, हमको एकदम सोच समझ के करना चाहिए कि हमको बच्चों का सुंदर भविष्य बनाना है, और हम लोग इसी मोटिव से काम करते हैं। हमको कैसे भी करके पैसा नहीं कमाना है। जो बच्चे लोग हैं उनको अच्छा सीख मिले, एंटरटेनमेंट मिले, और उनको जीवन भर याद रहे। जो बचपन में, इधर कितने गुजराती है मुझे मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन बचपन में हम लोग गुजराती गाना था, मैं एक बिलाड़ी पाड़ी थी, रंगे बहु रूपाड़ी थी। अभी ये गाना देखने को ही नहीं मिल रहा है, सुनने को ही नहीं मिल रहा है, क्योंकि हम सब लोग कहीं ना कहीं भूल चुके हैं। तो ये बहुत सारा अपॉर्चुनिटी, हमारे कितनी स्टोरीज है। इतना बड़ा 150 मिलियन का 150 करोड़ लोगों का देश है। कोई 130 बोलता है, कोई 100, मैं 150 बोल दिया। तो इतना बड़ा देश है, कितना अपॉर्चुनिटी है, कितने बच्चे लोग हैं हमारे पास। और जो बच्चे लोग विदेश में रहते हैं, वो लोग हमारा इंडियन कल्चर के साथ वो अपने बच्चों को वो कल्चर देना चाहते हैं।
डाइवर्सिटी भी है सर।
आज जितना भी आईटी वाले यंग जो भी जनरेशन है जो एब्रॉड में शिफ्ट हुए, वो सोचते कि हमारा बच्चा भारत देश से कट नहीं जाए, तो हमारा कल्चर वो लोग वहाँ बताना चाहते हैं। तो उसको हमको कैसे भी करके एंटरटेनमेंट के मीडियम से हमको इसको और रिवाइव करना चाहिए, और बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है।
वंडरफुल। सो यहाँ समय समाप्ति की घोषणा दिखा रही है, पर मैं 2 सवाल और पूछूंगा। कंसोल भैया म्यूजिक मत बजाना। सर, टुडे देयर आर सो मेनी प्लेटफॉर्म्स एंड मोबाइल एक्सेसिबिलिटी, इंटरनेट कंजम्पशन, अवेलेबिलिटी बहुत इजी है, तो बच्चों का भी एक्सेस बहुत है। तो ये अनवांटेड जो कंजम्पशन पैटर्न होता है डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स में, उससे बच्चों को कैसे बचाए? उसमें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी किसकी है सर?
देखो, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो अभी आज की तारीख में आप बहुत कुछ रोक नहीं सकते हो, क्योंकि एकदम इंटरनेट का जमाना है, सब कुछ आपके हाथ में है। आपने मोबाइल बच्चों को दे दिया तो कोई भी साइट पे जाके देख सकता है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी माँ बाप की बनती है
जी,
कि अपने बच्चों को अच्छे से समझाए कि देखो डांट के होने वाला नहीं, अरे ये मत देखो, मोबाइल मत देखो। अभी वो जमाना बदल गया है।
True.
अभी कोविड के टाइम में सब लोगों ने आईपैड पे, अपने लैपटॉप पे बच्चे लोगों ने
पढ़ाई भी की
है। तो उनको भी मालूम है इंटरनेट क्या है। और आज 10-12 साल के बच्चे लोग अभी इंस्टाग्राम पे है, उनके खुद की चैनल है, वो यूट्यूबर है। तो मुझे लगता है घर में माँ बाप या जो भी सीनियर सिटीजन है, उनकी जिम्मेदारी है कि अपने बच्चों को वो क्या कंटेंट प्यार से समझाना चाहिए कि बच्चे लोग वैसे कंटेंट की तरफ जाए नहीं जो गाली गलौच होता है, जो भी वल्गर होता है। तो शायद आपका सवाल यही था।
एब्सोल्युटली सर। एंड फाइनल जो मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर,
इसलिए हम लोग है ना, इसके लिए हम लोग और भी एक चीज के साथ आ रहे हैं। हम लोग जो मैं तो बहुत गुजराती पढ़ा हुआ हूँ, तो जो गुजराती में कुछ मैगजीन आते जो हिंदी में भी आते थे, चांदा मामा, चंपक तो सब लैंग्वेज में आता था, करेक्ट। तो हम लोग बच्चों के लिए किड्स मैगजीन वो हम लोग लेके आने वाले हैं, डिजिटल मैगजीन, ऑनलाइन मैगजीन जो बच्चों की बात करे
जी।
और जो आगे का जमाना है Web3 का है, तो ब्लॉकचेन के ऊपर भी कुछ काम चल रहा है कि उसको रिलेटेड Web3 के साथ हम लोग, हमारा टीम जो अभी हरजीत अभी आए, तो पूरा टीम साथ में है, तो हम वो भी कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं, लेकिन
स्टेप बाय स्टेप।
या
सर, बिफोर यू लीव सर, लास्ट क्वेश्चन, आपका कैरेक्टर्स छोड़ के आप बचपन से वो कौन सा कैरेक्टर होगा जो आपने हमेशा टीवी पे देखा है? टॉम एंड जेरी हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, आपका फेवरेट कैरेक्टर क्या है?
देखो, एनिमेटेड कैरेक्टर तो ऑफ कोर्स टॉम एंड जेरी सबको याद है।
शक्तिमान भी हो सकता है सर, सबका इंडिया का पहला सुपर हीरो।
मुझे जो भी थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा प्रेरणा मिलता है वो बचपन से चार्ली चैपलिन है, लॉरेल हार्डी है, कि जो लोग अपने पे हंसते हैं। और टॉम एंड जेरी के अंदर बहुत सारा ड्रामा है कि जो फाइट वाला ड्रामा है, जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, तो बहुत अच्छा स्टोरी टेलिंग है। बाकी ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मैं जो भी देखता हूँ उसमें मुझे मजा आता है। जब मैं देखता हूँ तो ऐसा दर्शक देखता हूँ, व्यूअर देखता हूँ। हर टाइम अगर हम इंटेलिजेंट बैठ के देखेंगे, अरे इसने क्या मिस्टेक किया, ये क्या हो गया, तो मजा नहीं आता है।
एंजॉय करने
का।
Thank you so much. That was Asit sir for you, ladies and gentlemen. And we end the session here.
थैंक यू, आज भी मैंने एंजॉय किया आप लोग के साथ, और थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सिद्धार्थ, और थैंक यू आपका जो इनिशिएटिव है, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'll request Siddharth, sir, to kindly give away the memento and the Mad Over Donor Special Pack to Asit, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for coming over here. Pleasure. बिल्कुल सर, आपके लिए स्पेशली। So I think we heard some really interesting plans for Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma going forward. We are all I think consumers of that show, so I think we are all looking forward to it. काफी कुछ सर ने कहा. On that note, we'll quickly move on to the next session. It's a fireside chat. Well, animation as a subject, I believe, is something that excites everyone. In some way or the other, it's relevant to everyone's life. So I think we have a very pertinent topic regarding that today. The topic for the moment is future gazing. What's next for the Indian animation industry? In order to moderate this session, may I please call upon stage Ajay Kakkar, brand and marketing strategist, on stage, please. Ajay sir, do we have you over here? Hello, sir. He'll be joined on stage by Megha Tata, CEO, Cosmos Maya India Private Limited. Hi, ma'am. You're looking lovely. All right, an interesting fireside chat. Let's explore the world of animation a little more. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here, and the proof of that is it took me about 1 hour 45 minutes to drive till here and 1 hour 45 minutes back. But I only have 15 minutes with Megha, so how valuable can those 15 minutes be, Megha?
No pressure on me.
So Megha, we are here at a Kids Summit, and we are talking about what's next for the Indian animation industry. For all of you who know that Cosmos Maya is the forefront of animation, not only in India, but across Asia. So what better opportunity to ask you, Megha, that when we're talking about kids and a Kids Summit, you know, when you get exasperated, you say, ye bacche, these bloody kids. So who are these kids that we are targeting or talking about in the context of animation?
Okay, well, thanks so much, Ajay, first of all, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really happy to be here, and thank you, Siddharth, for inviting me. So first I'll say that when you say ye bacche, I would say ye bacche, you know. So I think for us as a studio or as a category of kids, this is a very interesting target audience we deal with. And I have been on both the sides now, have run a kids network and now producing content for kids. And I think this is one target audience which is the most difficult target audience to please, because they are very fickle-minded. If you don't catch their attention in the first few seconds or maybe a minute max, you lose them. And today, like most of us, whether it's adults or kids, everyone is spoiled for choice. And I think there has been a tectonic shift in the way the content is consumed, even by the kids, before COVID and after COVID. So the overall ecosystem in the way the content is getting consumed by these kids has changed so much that it is very, very difficult to identify, like, what's that sweet spot, what these kids are wanting to watch. And to your question, Ajay, on what are these kids, I think the kids are the same. Kids haven't changed, like consumers haven't changed. What has changed is technology. What has changed is the platform. What has changed is the way the content is getting streamed and in what formats, which is creating the challenge on getting these kids to consume the content people are producing. So kids are the same. They still have those 5, 8, the quintessential kid is defined as a sort of 2 to 14, they say, right? But that is such a wide range. Yes. Like all the content creators know, you cannot create content for kids which cuts across 2 to 14. True. You know, there is a 2 to 4, there is a 5 to 10, and then there's 10 to 14. So that is where I think we are even today as an industry.
And as an animation industry, to attract the kids' attention, who are we, or what are we competing against? Are we competing against the Kidzanias, which offer a physical experience, or are we only competing against other content creators within the animation space?
I think we're competing with time. And to me, what I mean by that is that there is still those same 24 hours in a day. That's not going to change. And because the child is got so much choice now, whether it is on television or OTT or social media, they themselves are content creators. So there is so much choice. That is what you're competing with. So I think, I think it's about, and if I can just say that, what everybody probably is thinking is going back to the basics, which is about simplicity of storytelling. Today, what really works across every medium or every category or every genre for that matter, you may have the biggest stars and those films won't work, and you may have an absolutely sort of a famous star cast, but that film will hit the ball out of the park purely based on the story. So I think what even a child is looking for is the ability to relate to that content. Now, for example, we have been in this industry of creating kids content for the last 25, 26 years. We've been in this with the formidable players in the world of animation in India, and now setting our steps in the global world as well. But if today the #1 show today in the kids country, in the kids category in the country is Motu Patlu. Nick is, I don't know if we have Nick representatives here, and I think they are sponsors as well. But Nick has been the leading #1 kids channel, and Motu Patlu had a big role to play in that position they have. And for 10 years, you consistently be the #1 kids show. Got to say something, right? Sure. And we're really excited to have partnered with Nick and Viacom, who really became strong partners in building that story. What was Motu Patlu? It was a great story. It was a comic book, which had some resonance with a certain age group of people. But how do you bring Motu Patlu into today's world, today's kid? Why would I have probably read Motu Patlu as a kid, but why would my kid want to watch Motu Patlu today? Is about how you tell that story, how you create these two characters, and the funny part is, or I would say really gutsy part by Nick, was to create a storyline on the back for kids with 2 adults. First time ever in the history of content creation for kids, there were 2 adults which were cast in an animation show. It was a big decision, which was taken collectively, and you created this story around them. And for the last 10 years, to be a #1 show says something, right? Amazing. So I think it's all about the way you tell the story, which I think works really well with the kids.
And you mentioned comics, so let me ask you the question that animation, in my mind, may be restricted to comics or cartoons. What are the formats that animation takes forth, whether it's gaming or movies or series? What are the formats that animation?
I'm glad you asked this question, Ajay, because I think it's really sad that we think animation is only for kids. Because the world has evolved, animation is a medium, it is not the destination. So the destination could be creating content for adults as well. It could be for men, women, kids, across. And I'm not even getting into the gaming space, I'll come to that in a bit. But I think there is definitely, this is a good time for as an industry to create content for adults, as in create animation content for adults. Globally there's a lot which is happening in there. And we'd love to be able to be part of that journey where you're creating a story or an animation show created out of India, which is targeting to the adult audience as well. So I think there is definitely, we need to get away that animation equals to cartoons. Right. It is not anymore. It used to be, it is not anymore. It's just about how collectively as an industry we can come up with an idea which cuts across adults as well, where animation is a medium. So, and yes, of course, gaming is the next big thing. Lots being done in that space. But, that's a very, very different world of audience and target audience you're targeting. It's not necessarily only kids, and a lot of adults are consuming and consuming and being part of the gaming world.
So maybe next time, next conference, we should also discuss gaming in greater depth. For now, coming back to the evolving landscape, and you know that it's so fragmented across content and platforms. So what would be your DTK strategy, direct to kids strategy? What would be your recommendation is it possible to earn their attention and win their loyalty?
It's a tough one. Getting their loyalty, I think, if I say, if for 10 years we've managed to hold on their attention on Motu Patlu, means we are doing something right. So I guess it is also about, like I said, how you tell that story, connecting with the kid, with the relatable storytelling is an extremely important part of the proposition. But I think today, like I said, the kids are all looking for, even when I go today and talk to different platforms, a lot of them say, kuch alag chahiye, but same. Now try defining or deciphering that, right? So now if you get a brief like that, I'm like, okay, that's a tough one to crack. Alag chahiye, but
So
same.
we want more Motu Patlus, but we want them hatke.
But one hatke. So how do you create that is the challenge for a lot of us content creators. I think kids want something which is relatable, something they connect with, something which they can take away, is a time for, it's their time, right? You're still, in India, we're still, if it's television we're talking about, we're still talking one TV home households with that remote control still being in the hand of the mom. And so hence, he or she has a limited time. So at that point of time, he or she really wants to watch he's happy with, right? And that is where you need to connect on a story level where he says, yeah, this is funny, I connect with the Motu, I connect with a character like T2, T2 Panti mujhe pasand aati hai, that's me, or having a friend like Bajrangi, I all wanted a friend like Bajrangi, I'd love to have someone like him. So
Right.
that relatability is where I think is important for a kid.
So kids have limited time, so do we have limited time. So let me try and bring all my questions down to at least one or two, the remaining questions. So what are the brands and platforms actually betting on right now in the space of animation and kids? What do you think is the bet for the future? Where should we be putting our money?
In terms of content creation?
Yes.
Yeah. I think one of the things I think most of the platforms are seeking is, see, today, the market is challenged in multiple ways. Like I said, pre and post-COVID has been a different world. So while the industry is grappling with some of those business challenges, I think kids is one category they're all betting on even today. Because whatever you do, bacche to honge, right? And every 5 to 7 years, the cycle of the content the kids coming in changes, right?
Right.
So in fact, even when I was running a broadcasting setup, one of the things we always believed in that kids as a category has the best ROI. Because this is one content set of category, the animation especially, which has the highest shelf life. Like the content you've created today will not be sort of stale even 30 years from now. Tom and Jerry being a classic example, right? Even today, you can sit and watch in Tom and Jerry. You can watch it, your kids can watch it, your kids and kids will watch it, right? So the point is that animation is that. It is about it's about the medium. So kids content through animation is the best ROI anybody can get. And that is why most of the platforms are betting on kids content even today. And that's, in my view, going to continue. I think whether we can have new platforms sort of betting on kids, whether it is OTT, is to be seen. I don't think so enough is being done. I think there's definitely an opportunity there. And the social media, especially YouTube as a platform, is like growing out of like crazy. For example, we have, Cosmos has a YouTube platform called Wow Kids. We have about 35 channels on the platform with 97 million subscribers. And this is something probably not many have even heard, right? Now, that is the reach you have for YouTube kids content on YouTube.
Right.
And whether it is a Choo Choo TV or a Peppa Pig or any of such big brands, they are all driven through YouTube. So I think YouTube is a great platform for people to be able to create content, reach kids and monetize, of course.
So I think I only have time for my last question, and you talked about OTT. The debate on OTT is the monetization of OTT. Will you have ads on it? Won't you have ads on it? So coming back to the monetization of animation, what are the opportunities you see for advertisers, or are there the interruptions in the animation story?
No, absolutely not. I think these kids, advertising is an extremely integral part of the monetization strategy for most of the TV broadcasters, for sure. And so goes on YouTube as well. But I think what has happened in some bits and can happen more is what is known as like AFPs, like advertiser-funded programs or branded solutions which you bring to the table in the world of animation. There are few examples which have happened, whether people like Nick has done with Motu Patlu, or if, when I was with Discovery Kids, we've done with Little Singham. So I think there's an opportunity of monetization there. But the thing is, see, animation, unlike live action, is a long and an expensive process. It's not that live action is not, but I think when it compares to the timelines involved in creation of animation content versus live action, animation does take that much time.
Right.
It is, on an average, you'll say like an animator can, a good animator will probably give you 5 seconds a day. That means it's a huge output you're getting. Otherwise, you get between 3 to 4 seconds a day. So this is the kind of timelines which are needed to create. Some of the big productions which have happened, they've taken a year or 2 years to be able to do. Pre-production is a lot of work which goes on. So I think we're still far away in that space. We need to have the time, patience, and money to be able to create content which cuts across these platforms as well. But I think, hoping, I'm an eternal optimist and hoping that, it's only going to get bigger and better.
So we need to have time, patience, and money. Unfortunately, right now on stage, time's up. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having us out here, and my pleasure to have Megha, Cosmos Maya, more important, her perspective on the animation industry in the context of kids. So give it up to Megha. Thank you.
CTO and co-founder IWMBuzz Media Network, to present the memento and the special Mad Over Donuts pack. We'll have a nice photo opportunity with all three of you. Thank you so much for the lovely session. Thank you so much. Before we go forward to the next session, I'll need a quick heads up if we are ready with the next panel. Are we ready with the next panel over here? Nickelodeon presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rainshine Entertainment. Associate partners, Neela Film Productions, Mad Over Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, and 24 Frames Digital. An initiative by IWMBuzz Live. So of late, I think one subject that is very relevant in today's time is about how we market our influencers, because it is something that's very relevant in today's digital world. So we have a very interesting topic on influencer marketing over here right now. The topic is influencer marketing, brands and kids entertainment, trends to look out for in the future. To moderate this session, may I please call upon stage Vineet Kanabar, host, Storytellers and Story Sellers podcast. Do I have Vineet Kanabar over here? Hello, sir. Pleasure. Wonderful. He'll be joined on stage by Kunal Sawant, business head, Inca. Hello, sir. Chavi Mittal, co-founder, shitty ideas trending, founder being woman. Hello, ma'am. Gaurav Balani, Deputy General Manager, Marketing, Infinity Mall. Hello, sir. And last but definitely not the least, Saurav Kumar, Founder and CEO, Puntun Kids and VidUnit. Lovely, the panel is ready. Let's look forward to an intense and intriguing session. Thank you so much.
Intense ka pata nahi, but it'll be fun, I'm sure. But a great panel. Thank you so much for joining us here. I was telling anyone who listens that I am part of the furniture at India Kids Summit. I think this is my third time hosting a panel here. So good to be back and so good to have you all here. Kids content, what an amazing space right now, right? I remember us having only dubbed content at a point in time, only content that is reruns of old cartoons, to a time where there was Chota Bheem everywhere, and now it's not just Chota Bheem, it's also gaming, it's also short video, it's also stuff happening on TV, it's also stuff happening on ground in malls. Did you know that they celebrate Chota Bheem's birthday? Like a physical birthday party? Let me start there, right? I mean, can you tell us a little bit more about this, about Chota Bheem's birthday party?
We are, last year we hosted Chota Bheem party in the mall, where a lot of kids interacted with the Chota Bheem then and there. Before that, in 2019, before lockdown also, there was a physical interaction between Chota Bheem and other characters of Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network with the kids in the mall. So physical interaction for the kids is always a happy feeling. I'm meeting my superhero then and there.
Love it. I think kids are very impressionable, right? And what they see on screen, if they see IRL, they get very excited. And these days, they're seeing so many different things on so many different screens. If reports are to go by, I think kids' screen time on television is about a 7.5% share of minutes. Whereas if you look at preferences for digital media, 8 out of 10 media brands that kids are looking at these days, according to Ormax, are digital brands. So it's growth on all fronts that's happening, right? We've also got brand new interactive screens with gaming and other elements coming through. So let's get this started from a parenting point of view, right? I think all my panelists are parents, and is it exciting or is it scary to have so many different options for your kids to engage with, to get entertained? Let's start with Chavi.
So I think everything which is exciting is also a little bit scary to a certain point. And I think we must talk a little bit about evolution. What you're saying, how content was when we were kids and how it's evolving right now, it is definitely scary for somebody who's a parent and who's seen that era as well. Right? But I think it's important to sort of strike a balance between everything. It's important. You cannot stop kids from having an experience of all kinds of content that's going on around. But you have to strike a balance that they get ample amount of screen time, which is also, some of it is entertainment, some of it is learning, some of it is other things. But they also get a lot of play time, which is like physical play time. So that's what I think.
Kunal, does that resonate with you?
Yeah, absolutely. A father with a daughter who's 10-year-old discovers new product almost every day or every week. Products I have not even heard of. But she'll come up with recommendation that, Daddy, with this my coloring is going to improve. And I at times I'm surprised to know that how did she even discover this particular product. So of course, it's scary also at some point in time because you don't know from where are they discovering these products. But definitely, one is their access to internet, their access to smartphones, their access to tablets. You can blame a little bit to pandemic because a lot of things moved to online, and now they are not going offline. That bit still remains with them so far. But a lot of learning can also happen on that. Apart from what I said is product discovery. If you look at kids' content or look at kid influencers, they create great content when it comes to, let's say, quick recipes. It's not just DIY and art and craft, but probably they are talking about daily life hacks also. So it's quite interesting the way kids are discovering different content. But yes, I agree, there has to be a balance between, playtime and screen time.
But can I give a quick example here? So yesterday my daughter comes up to me with a math problem. I was like a topper in my class in maths at all points. I was like 100 on 100, 99 on 100, 97 on 100 was bad marks. But that's because my grandfather
high
at home...
expectations, huh?
My granddad was a PhD in maths and physics, and he would really like do the best at teaching us. But she came to me with a very simple thing, saying I need to learn reducing fractions and mixed fractions. Okay, it's very simple, but I had no idea what it is, and I Googled it, and I saw these videos on YouTube, and I was like, acha, ha, okay, and then I explained to her what it is. So it does help.
Love it. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is there is a added responsibility to parents, especially because you can't be, you know, Bauji phone nahi de rahe type parents anymore, right? You have to share access. From a creator's point of view, and I'd love to get Saurabh on this, how do you negotiate this balance? What do you look for from a creator's point of view to ensure that, hey, we're creating something that's wholesome, that's also educational possibly, and also entertaining, right? What is a creator's point of view when it comes to this responsibility?
So I'm also a father of a son, right? My son is 6-year-old. So like Chavi, I'm also concerned about his viewing time, right? How much time he's spending on different devices. But while me and my wife, we try to control the screening time. But in the office, what I do, I try to create content which are meaningful, which can give value to the kids and to their parents, and create particularly child-friendly content, safe content, right? And that is what is most important right now. So this, I keep juggling between these two roles, you know, right? And you have to provide content to the kids which they can relate to, you know, right? Once they start relating to that content, then they will engage with that content more.
Also, I think I'd like to add here that even though on Shitty Ideas Training, we don't do any kids content per se, but we've met so many parents who tell us that, oh, my child watches your content, he's only 4, he's only 6, he's only 9. And we feel so responsible as parents ourselves that we don't want to create anything which can impact a child's mind in the negative way. So, you know, we feel it's the content creator's responsibility to make sure that the content is clean, because you don't know who the content is reaching out to nowadays.
I'm hearing something that I'd like to place in a bit of contrast, right? If you go to the internet, which I'm sure all of us do, you will see that there are a few cartoons from way back when, 1950s, 1960s, that have very weird jokes in them. And those jokes you don't understand when you were a kid, right? Compare that to what I'm hearing from creators, from businesses as well. There's a far greater emphasis on responsible creation, the far greater emphasis on meaningful content that goes out to our kids. And I think that's the biggest trend, right? That's something that we need to acknowledge. Sorry?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So we at Puntun Kids also, we always try to create content around 3 C's. I usually talk about these 3 C's, you know, very often because I'm personally also very attached to these. The first C stands for culture. The second C stands for curiosity. And the third C stands for curriculum. Right? If you will analyze the content consumption behavior of 3 to 9-year-old kids, you will realize, and you will also notice their behavior, right? That they will be attracted to something which will generate some curiosity to it, you know, right? And as a parent, I want my kid to know about his culture. He should know about his culture, and at the end of the day, like every parents, all my viewers also wants, you know, their kids to learn something, right? So we always try to weave a story among these 3 C's, right? While they're watching, they should at least learn something, and at the same time have some fun as well.
Love it, absolutely love it. I think pivoting away from the content itself and what type of responsibility, let's talk about 2 other things, right? I think there is an aspect of reaching kids and parents as well, right? I think parents are the gateway, they are the biggest influencer in that sense for the kind of content that a kid can watch, or the kind of decisions, kind of exposure, environment that the kid is in. How do you then figure out how to reach these kids and these parents, right? So you mentioned that even though your content is not made for kids, they are definitely engaging and watching it, right? Does that make you a kids content influencer, or would you recommend working with more moms who are creating content for kids as a better alternative? I mean, I'd love to get your sense on
So
this.
I think on SIT specifically, I feel that because kids at any age are extremely influential, and you don't know what they are going to get influenced by. So you don't want to show them. For example, drinking is cool. You just come to your house and you open the fridge and grab a bottle of beer is cool because the character doing it is cool. Is not something we show, because we feel that you don't know who the content is reaching out to, and we want to be responsible creators. But having said that, there are a lot of brands who want to reach out with their products, and the products are kid-centric, and they want to reach out to mothers, especially on Instagram, as well as YouTube. I feel that how you put the messaging across is far more important than what the product is. Because you as an influencer, I feel this is a responsibility that I take on my shoulders. I cannot talk about other influencers, but I feel that the brand that is coming to me to project a message to the kids or the parents, I want to see what is the value that product is creating in the parents or the child's life, and how can I put that message across in my own way so that it's beneficial for the mother, for the child, and for the brand.
Love it. I think that's a very comprehensive way of looking at it. Gaurav, you have a situation where you're reaching kids and parents in an environment that you create, right? What are some factors that ensures a delightful moment when you're reaching them in your environment? I'd love the example of the birthday party, but I'd love to know more about how you're doing this.
Okay. We create, in the mall itself, we create certain properties where the interaction between the parent and the kid happens more. So we do a fashion show. We don't do just a fashion show where kid is coming and walking the ramp and goes. We try and club it with the parents. So interaction happens between the parent and the kid because they do rehearsals. Second thing is that there is, parents also feel happy they are interacting with the kids, and at the same time, they are, in the mall itself, we have a lot of arcade games where they used to be the technology in the gaming area. But at the same time, they do some of the other activity at the same time when they are watching it something. This creates a connect between offline, online space and between parents and the kid together, because they together do something. Togetherness is always, physically it's very important. We all are human beings and we love touch and feel, which comes in a physical space, not in the virtual space.
I love it. I think that's emerging as a second big trend, right? How is your content enabling togetherness between the parent? How is it really bringing we time onto their radar, right? Kunal, how are brands looking at this?
Sure. So, firstly, I think the advertising dollars follow eyeballs and audience. So first, honest answer to ourselves is, are kids watching content online? Probably the answer is yes. Are they spending enough time? The answer is yes. There are several reports. I'm going to give a conservative number. It's roughly 1 hour every day. It's a conservative number. The number is slightly higher. So there is audience. There is enough and more time being spent. Now the second question comes, how do I communicate to a kid? Either I communicate with a channel which creates kids-friendly content, or I then associate with a kid influencer, or I associate with a mom influencer. There are 3 ways to reach to a kid. And at the end, can I then join the dot which we spoke earlier, which is online to offline, which means working with influencers in the social space, but culminating with something which is that's also there offline as well. So it could be a Chota Bheem birthday party as well, but many such examples can be cited.
I love it. I think, sorry, you had
I just want to say one thing. There is a influencers which, the best example of I was talking about, which we have a bounce, which is India's largest trampoline park. Kids actually love bouncing on the bouncing there, and I have seen the parents are also bouncing along with them. So, and simultaneously, I have seen parents and kids together are making Instagram reels there, and certain Instagram reels even have gone viral. So it makes physical things. It make a lot of difference, especially the viewers end. So I have seen at the places where parents are watching different OTT platform, kids are watching their YouTube, Cocomelon, and or any other content, and everybody is watching something different, which is not our culture. We actually watch together, we enjoy together as a family, which is our Indian values or Indian culture which comes together.
Love it. Kunal, I think you picked up your mic with intent. Do you want some?
With intent.
I want to bring Saurabh into this, right? Is that still the case? That are you still creating content that brings people together, or is it very clear that no, man, we need to create for kids, even though it is being enabled by parents? How are you looking at this?
So the content which we create, right, obviously it is targeted to the kids, right, and we think what is their perspective, right? We think about, we consider ourselves as a kid, and then we start thinking, right, how the kids will behave, right, how the kids will enjoy, how the kids will react to the particular video, and then we start deciding the concept and ideation and the storytelling, right, and also since my son is 6-year-old, right, I have seen him growing, right, so that also keeps giving me inspiration, ideas to create content, right, which is relevant to that particular age group. When he got a new cycle, right, and how he was excited about it, I went back to office and we created content. Our character is called Gattu and Chinky in the story, right? The Gattu has got a new cycle, right? And that video went viral on the online because the kids were able to relate it to it, right? And I had seen him, right, how he enjoyed it, what was the moment and we recreated those moments in our content.
I love it. I want to follow that up and ask you a little bit more about what is the life cycle of homegrown content now, right? And then it's linked to what we were talking about Chhota Bheem with Gaurav as well. How are you seeing that space grow and evolve? Let me kind of qualify that with a couple more questions. When you put out new content or build a new IP, are you thinking of it from a life cycle point of view? Iska main shayad abhi ye cartoon hai, kal merchandise banega, parso shayad गौरव के साथ आप कोलैबोरेट करोगे और उसका बर्थडे पार्टी बनाओगे परसों शायद कुछ और बने. Is that something that's an active consideration?
So when I had started this business, that time the answer was no, right? But when we started creating more content, right, when we started getting the response, right, when we started getting millions of views every videos, then we realized, right, what all the things can be done out of it. That we also realize our responsibility as well, that we have to be very, very careful in storytelling. As far as the life cycle of a content is concerned, obviously, yes, you can't expect the revenue immediately from that content, right? You have to build that IP, and it takes time to build that IP. It's not just about creating one story. It's about creating creating different story again and again and getting the same kind of views and creating the values which you want to, right? And over a period of time, that becomes a brand. So obviously, when we also create now content, we look at the point of view that it will take some time, right? And as a creator, my objective is to tell the story to the kids and wait for it, right? When and how they are consuming it. I would like to quote one example. We created a story around Makar Sankranti. When we were discussing this concept in the office, right, we were thinking, कौन बच्चा देखेगा ये मकर संक्रांति की कहानी, right? Why any kids will watch? But we were very, we wanted to tell this story because kite flying is very colorful, you know. It's a very, kids has love for those kite flying. And we created that video and again it went viral, right? So the content which we create, right, has that kind of appeal into it, and it has a life cycle, and it will, every year there will be a kite flying, or whenever there will be discussion, they will keep going back and watching that content.
So I think as a content creator, I feel that if you set out to go and create a viral video, you will fail. But you never know what is going to just strike a chord. So if you cannot think with that mindset that is this going to work, is this not going to work, because you have to churn out content after content, and that is your business. So you just go out and make content, whatever you feel is right for you, whatever you feel is entertaining for you, and somebody might like it, somebody might not like it. And talking about creating content for the entire family together nowadays, I think that used to happen when there was just one television set where everybody used to sit and watch. So, you know, the creators had to make sure that this is enjoyable for the kids, for the parents, for the grandparents, for the maids, for the staff, everybody. But thankfully now, going digital, we have that luxury that we can target certain segments of the viewers and create content accordingly.
Let me ask you this, and it's a great thing that you've brought up. What is the difference between a brand brief that you get for SIT versus for the mom's set? How's that different?
So it's not very different.
Really?
It's not very different. It's just the kind of brands that come to SIT are different from the kind of brands that come to me as a mom influencer. So yeah, other than that, it's pretty much the same. Like an AC brand, for example, will not come to me because I'm a mom influencer. An AC brand will come to SIT because, you know, the audience that is watching SIT is the audience which has the power to buy an AC. But maybe you know, you don't want to target a child with that kind of content. So I think it's just the kind of brands, those are different.
I mean, who knows? Saurabh can create an AC character here. Right? I'm just saying, it's a
okay. So having said that, I just want to quickly make a correction that mommy influencers can be targeted for all kinds of brands also, because technically you're not just taking care of the kids, you're also taking care of the husbands.
Absolutely.
Same goes with kids content as well. It's not just the kids brand wants to target kids audience, you know, right? In fact, if you look at the top kids advertiser spender, you know, right, you will notice many of them don't promote their kids brand on kids content, right? They promote their other FMCG product, their other products, right? Because kids is not that they will only consume or use those products which is related to the kids, right? Obviously, they have their say even in when their dad is buying a car or when they are going for a holiday, right? So the kids, other brands can also promote on kids, and they are doing it right now as well.
I'll just add a little bit to this. From a brand's perspective again. So two things. One is what you mentioned, and I'll add to what Chavi also said right now, of how different brands will target to a different TG and hence different channels also. Okay. So let's say, for example, in SIT. So first, as a brand, why am I associating with an influencer? It's primarily two reasons. One is trust. The second one is authenticity, which means the trust between the influencer and the follower. I'm going to ride on to this factor. And the ability of the creator to create content which is authentic and not because it is paid for. Otherwise, there's a troll army ready. You would agree with me, right?
And they're brutal.
And they're brutal, right? So the kind of briefs that will go to, let's say, being woman or to an SIT will differ based on the audience that they are targeting. So I agree with both of them that it's not just as a mom influencer, you're only, you know, your only forte is to talk about kids product, but you have a normal life. You're also a woman, you're also a wife, and you will require everything that a house would require, right? And as I said, you're almost like the first line of defense. The entry to a kid's tummy, to a wardrobe, to the study table is through a mom. So if the mom is convinced, probably it's only then you get entry into that house. And SIT obviously is a different game altogether. It's almost like an IP, if I have to call it with your permission. It's almost like an IP. And IP also needs to have a life cycle. It needs to evolve. So every time when I go to SIT, I see videos on vacations. There are videos on different occasions. There are Diwali parties also which happen. So it's a cycle that probably an IP has to evolve also at point in time.
Love it. I think we've had a riveting conversation about how brands, parents, kids, they all come together in what is a very unstructured and very complex sort of market, right? I mean, most brands have regulations. They won't advertise to kids directly. These alternate channels become such an important sort of source of reaching kids, right? I want to ask you guys to put your parents' hats on again for a second and talk about a space that we've not discussed so far. I'll give you an example. I mean, I'll give you a little bit of a story. I have a nephew who's 10 years old. He has a habit of going to YouTube and watching other people play video games, right? There is a whole host of video game streaming content that's happening. Now, most of this content is created abroad. Very few Indian creators get that kind of pull, or at least in my household, that's how it is. Now he's got an accent, right? So this is a 10-year-old boy from Nagpur who goes to a state board school, but who talks like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. That's the kind of conversation he has, right? Now, the question that I want to ask you about this, and especially from gaming content, right? Like scripted content, still there is a clear responsibility. Content coming from established influencers, there's certain responsibility. But then there is a host of this content where it may not even have been created for kids, right? How do you look at this kind of content being consumed by children? Do you prefer a supervised model of content consumption, or is it unsupervised? Do your kids, do the devices that your kids watch content on have child safety on? And how do you look at the whole world of YouTube and OTT where you can put something on, but they can easily switch? So, long question short, how do you look at this space from a supervised and unsupervised point
I'll
of
tell
view?
you, I'll go first. I have a little different viewpoint regarding that. I feel that if you tell somebody, do not smoke, chances are that person will find the first chance and go and smoke that cigarette, right? Even if you tell yourself, oh, okay, I don't have to smoke, I don't have to smoke, you will keep thinking about smoking. So I feel that what I do as a parent to my daughter, she's 10 now. My younger one is too young, he's only 3.5. But with Ariza, what I do is I tell her to be responsible. So I tell her the pros and cons of doing something, and I let her decide. And obviously this has come with time. It started probably, I think, after the age of 7 or 8, when she actually started watching a lot of content. I told her, this is your responsibility. I will not put these safety locks and all that on the gadgets. You will call me and ask me, this is what I want to watch, can I watch it? I will see it and I'll say, yeah, you can watch it. Or I'll say, no, you can't, and you have to respect my decision. So there's that trust which I'm building over there, and also a sense of responsibility. And till date, she does actually call me and ask me, can I watch it? And if it's not objectionable, I never say no.
Shout out to her for being an amazing kid. But you're still, in a way, supervising it, right? There is a guideline being set, and there is what you would call a check-in process in corporate, right? Like, let me review
primarily because they don't have the judgment to understand what is good and what is bad.
How about you,
sir? I'd like to add here. Recently, I saw my son watching a live streaming gaming video on YouTube, on television, right? And the kind of thumbnails where they put up there, right? The kind of text were mentioned in the description were dangerous, right? So me and my wife, we both sat down with him and explained him, right? You should not watch this type of content. If you really want to watch something on television, then we showed him few other options, right? And told him, right? You should, and also explained him, right, what is the pros and cons, right, what Chavi also mentioned. And since that day, I never saw him watching the same video, going on the same channel, right. So yeah, I think it's important to sit down with this kid and explain them nicely, properly, and I think they will understand.
Love it. Gaurav, do you echo those sentiments?
In my case, my kid is 3.5 years old. But I'll tell you because everybody is talking, I tell you what I have observed in the three. I have seen him once using, he was searching on YouTube. Nowadays, kids learn YouTube faster than what we used to learn about our mobile phones. So he was checking it out, and he was actually gone to a page of Cocomelon effects, which are very horrifying. We tried and we spoke to him. We convinced him that you should not watch it. And of course, we have, because he is too small, we have put we have converted, we have removed YouTube from the gadget, and we have put it across YT Kids, which is much more safer in such a case. So I say of course, it's a parent's responsibility to see what kid is watching, but sometimes you have to take a discrete decision. What kid has to be put it across? There should be a security aspect which is very much important.
Love it. Kunal?
Personally, for me, I think I'm relieved because two things. One, my daughter watches a lot of Tarak Mehta. Completely, completely brand safe. I have to tell, I mean, she watches on repeat. That's the problem. That's one. The second addiction that she has is YouTube Shorts and wants to create reels. So that's a high pressure job for me. But otherwise, yeah, I feel a little bit of...
That's like a full circle for you, no? But अभी तो influencer घर पे है.
Yeah, it is a full circle.
Love it. Thank you so much for a fascinating conversation. Again, I find the kids content space to be the fastest moving, ever evolving, most unstructured thing in the world, right? And it's interesting that we've been able to uncover such interesting trends. There is obviously the 3 C's that you talked about. There is the responsibility angle that we brought in with Chavi. There was the real world extension that Gaurav talked about. And again, Kunal is breeding influencers at home now. If I were to, just as closing notes, if I were to ask you to shout out one trend from your end to give us closing notes, maybe this time we'll start with some.
From the industry point of view, one trend I think is super localization of the content, not just getting it from abroad and dub it in here, and not just dubbing, but following the mythology, following the culture, following the tradition, following the local history, following the local values, following the local heroes, right, and creating content around them and creating IPs around them will be the trend to look after.
Fantastic. Gaurav?
I believe there should be a connect between online and offline space, which is very important, because then only the human aspect will come into the picture.
Beautiful. I think he's said it very simply and very casually, but I think it's worth thinking about how playtime and screen time can actually be something that comes together. There's a bit of convergence that has to be explored a little bit more. I think that's a fantastic observation there.
Absolutely. It's an ecosystem where both the things have to coexist. I think the biggest trend for me is to find a way to be unique in the content that you create, yet find a way for the content to be relatable to your audience that's watching it.
Love it. Final notes?
Coming back to 2 points which I mentioned, don't break trust with your followers. I think audience is the North Pole for everyone, even for brands as well as creators both. And authentic messaging. I think brands love these 2 things.
Fantastic. I think that's all we have on this panel. There's a red screen here saying time's up. Thank you so much to all the panelists.
It says press delete to reset. You can reset.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Huge round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. For the mementos and the special gift from Mad Over Donuts, may I please call upon stage Rahul Dhamdhere, Chief Marketing Officer from Kidzania, India, to kindly give away the same. Can we please have the mementos and the Mad Over Donut special hamper? Requesting you all for a photo op. Time for the group photo now. Everyone is always happy when it comes to food, right? Can we have the group photo, please, with all of you? Come on. Thank you so much. A pleasure indeed. Thank you so much. Giving them 1 minute to arrange the same. Gentlemen, are we ready? All right, quite a lot of interesting panel discussions throughout the day, and I still see a lot of energy, excitement, and zeal in all of your faces. So I think that's quite, you can all clap for yourselves as well. I think you've been a fantastic audience so far. Fantastic. Wonderful. Now, before we move to the next panel discussion, I would like to call upon stage Utkarsh Singh, SVP and Business Head, Rainshine Entertainment. Hello, sir. Welcome. He has an interesting brief to share with all of us. May I please request you all at the console to please play the promo. Stage is all yours, sir. Can we please have the AV? Thank you. Stage is all yours.
Thanks, man. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this minute and a half to just introduce Rainshine India to you. A lot of you, or some of you, may know about us, but we've largely been, around here for the last 3 years, having done a lot of digital-first content, including web series and podcasts and sports content and documentaries and so on. We're not necessarily known for our kids or animation content yet, but we've been working behind the scenes for the last 3 years, putting out some of what you will have seen right now. One of our new and upcoming IPs is what is called Young Captain Nemo, which is a global franchise based on the Jules Verne story of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And that's going to be a trilogy of feature films that we will release over the course of the next few years. But it's a complete 360-degree, IP that is brand friendly, that is kids friendly, and of course, has the potential to segue into multiple stories and multiple IPs and characters. So that's one. The other thing, the approach that Rainshine has taken to kids content is, of course, is that we've created an organic and self kind of sustaining ecosystem which marries interactive games along with storytelling. So we have content which marries both and therefore hopes to engage kids as we go forward. And since this was, thank you to Siddharth for having thought of us and having given us this opportunity and platform to come and talk about our company and our new kids-related IPs. I'm going to be part of this upcoming panel, so without further ado, I would thank you all for taking this time to welcome us here. Thanks very much. Siddharth, can I request the panel to step on stage and we can start our discussion? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. May I please request you to sit down for the panel? Thank you so much. Let's go forward with the panel. May I please call upon stage Sapna Arora, Chief Content Officer, Dentsu India. Hello, ma'am. So the topic for the moment is branded content in kids entertainment. Have we cracked the code or not? The panel is quite an interesting one. She'll be joined on stage by Shomini Sridhara Paul, Senior Vice President, Hungama Digital Media Entertainment. Hello, ma'am. Next, Brian DeCosta, AVP, Content and Strategy, Gubbare. Hello, sir. Vishal Shah, Managing Partner, Essence Mediacom India. Hello, sir. And Nupur Saxena, Head Sales, Youth, Music, English and Kids Entertainment, Vicom 18. Hello, ma'am. What a lovely panel. I think full of insights and information. Thank you so much for joining us. The stage is all yours.
Hi, everyone. Hi. You know, whenever I think of marketing to kids, one of the things that comes to my mind is marketing to minority. And when I think back about it in perspective, they have always been, you know, sensitivity that we have about marketing to minorities, whether it's color minority or the LGBTQ group or marketing to women. But marketing to kids has been something that in a way we've been very sensitive about for many years, but in a way also because it's such a normal part of our everyday being, we kind of brush a lot of things under the carpet. So when I was thinking about the panel today, a lot of those thoughts were going on in my mind, and I have earlier worked in P&G and Nestle, and you know, thinking about the ethical part of it, the branded content part of it, and how things have evolved. So to me, it's going to be an interesting discussion, and we've got a very eclectic panel. And my first question, I would request everybody to introduce themselves when they answer this question. And this is something that I hadn't primed them about, so please appreciate the effort that they'll be putting in, is when we talk about marketing to kids, what is one thing which stands out as something different about it, and one thing which stands out as similar to the, you know, to any other form of marketing that we talk about. So, you know, possibly just in one word. And Brian, if we can go with you first, because your parents decided to name you with one of the initial alphabets. So.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to everybody, and my name is Brian. I head the kids division for Intent Media. It's called Gubbare. And yeah, lovely. Thank you so much for calling us for this panel, and it looks like a lovely audience as well. So marketing to kids in general is very interesting because you have to be very sure where your audience is. I think we'll come back to a discussion about the OTT and the TV later, because I mean that's the hot topic. Everybody's been talking about, you know, the influx of kids on OTT. Is it like moving on, or is it like, you know, going to be staying on the linear platform? So that's one interesting thing which we'll come back on. I think we will touch upon those topics later. But I think in one word, or you say in one line, if you ask me, if, the unique thing about marketing to kids is obviously attention. Because it's very important to grab the kids' attention in the first 3 to 5 seconds. If you don't you know, succeed in doing that, I think then nothing is successful with them. May it be, you know, a promo, may it be you know, an ad, or may it be a show, start of a show. I mean, everything is in the 5 seconds. So I think the 5 seconds of anything what they deliver to the kid is the most crucial 5 seconds that you have to kind of nail it. And it has to be entertaining, obviously. You can't just start off with the base, you know, the traditional storytelling in anything, which may it be ads, may it be promos, or may it be anything which we are, you know, attracting them towards, you know, viewing it. It has to be action-packed, it has to be entertaining, because kids come from a boring day of school to watch television for fun and entertainment. So if he doesn't get that there, in, I mean, I think he's going to switch off. So that's what I think. It's the first 5 seconds is the most crucial.
So I would, attention was my first thing actually, Brian, you just took it off. I would think that...
Nupur, you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry. Okay, hi guys. I'm Nupur. I head revenue for the youth music, English and the kids channels. That is a lot of channels, okay? So here it goes. That's Nickelodeon, Sonic, Nick Jr., Nick HD, MTV, MTV Beats, Comedy Central, Colors Infinity. All about revenue. I've done revenue all my life, sales. So just been the special niche genre. It kind of takes my journey from kids to youth. So yeah, trying to be a specialist over here. Just to answer your question. So one word for both the questions would be opinion. Okay, but I'm going to try and do a suffix and a prefix over here. They are the opinion makers, and the other way they're the opinion influencers. from earlier, opinion makers, like he said, they look at it and they have an opinion. Trust me, it largely sticks with them. That's how they are. And opinion influencers, in the current scheme of things, our kids are very smart. They're self-assured. They know their work. They know their business. So it's important to leverage this audience. So that's where kids are.
Sure. Somini?
Hi. So I work with Hangama Digital Media and we work with all kinds of content. So kids is something that I have been engaging with for the last 3-4 years. And my approach on kids is it has to be age appropriate. And I think if you look at it, kids, to me, I mean, I have a 19-year-old and I think now she's of course an adult, but even when she was 17 and 18, I still think there's a child in her, or, you know, there's a child even at the age of 17, 18. So your content really needs to speak as per the age group. I think Megha also mentioned that when you say 2 to 14, it can't be one kind of content. So I believe age-appropriate content is very necessary. Elements like, you know, 5 seconds and all of that are, you know, they're the following points to it, but it has to be, and that's how we've always looked at content, that, you know, you have a toddler, you have a child, you have a tween, you have teen, and you have adolescent. That's how you break it up.
Yeah. Utkarsh?
Hi. I've already introduced myself, but for people who may have come in later, my name is Utkarsh Singh. I'm the business head, one of the business heads at Rainshine India. Okay, so to answer your question, one thing which is different to other audiences, I think, is the kids cohort. They are still not, they still haven't kind of evolved to a level where they say, I love sports, or I love, you know, whatever. I love horror or action or war or whatever. So in that sense, so that's one, which is, you know, they are common in their, you know, in their consumption of content from that standpoint. And the flip side of that is that is how they're similar to the rest of the audiences in the way that we need to market is content insights, right? So therefore, great content will always make its mark. And therefore, so that's the you know, the spectrum with which I am looking at your question. So one is that there may not necessarily be, you know, very siloed in their in the audience cut,
Yeah.
And on the flip side, it's insightful content which will always find its mark.
Yeah, sure. Vishal?
Hello.
You always have the advantage of going last, I guess.
Yes. Hello everyone, I'm Vishal Shah. I head the Essence Mediacom Bombay office, and we manage a lot of clients and brands that work very closely with kids. And yeah, you know, listening to all my colleagues, I would sum it up saying at the end it is still the art of storytelling. The challenge still lies with the marketers on how we create that content and where it's consumed. In today's DNA, in today's times, I would say there is a lot of advantage, you know, that kids have in terms of consuming content, you know, at their own free will. So back in our times, you know, there was just one TV. India still is largely driven by one TV households. But with the whole advent of digital, there are so many other avenues and options available for kids to consume content that it is an increasing challenge, you know, for marketers on where to be present, what kind of content to produce, you know, how much budgets to invest on them, and how to look at ROI and areas like that. So yeah, the art of storytelling will still play a critical role in enticing, you know, kids and keeping them excited about content.
Sure. Thank you. Let's talk about the nucleus of the whole thing, the content. You know, there were times when things were much simpler. There was cartoons, there was folk tales, and there were, you know, 1 or 2 other genres. I'm curious and want to talk about how content has evolved. And Brian, this question is specifically to you again. Can you help us understand when you are, you know, thinking about content strategy, how do you compartmentalize and how do you structure, and how's the whole approach, you know, when you talk about your 2-year, 3-year plans, how are you being able to see into the future how things are evolving, and what's your view on that?
That's a very interesting one. So Since at Gubbare we have launched around 3 original shows of our own, which is, one is a 3D show and the other 2 are the 2D shows. So India is a land of storytelling, right? We come from a very rich culture of storytellers and storytelling. I mean, as a part of my growing up years, I have been hooked on to comics, which we used to read off for 50 paise and 1 rupee at the point of time, and that was the only source of entertainment and my only source of engagement with anything which is animated at that point of time. And from that time onwards till now, I think we have evolved in terms of a lot of, in terms of audio-visually, we have evolved. We have converted those cartoons into a video medium. But one thing which is not changed is obviously is the storytelling. I mean, it is the most core of any content. What we look at when we're creating content also at Gubbare is we keep the audience at the core. I mean, as kids, what would I love to watch? As kids, what was I watching? What are today's kids, what they watch? And with a little bit of help from the research as well, we get to know what kind of genres are working in the category and what are the kids are watching right now. But overall, said and done, it has to appeal to the child in me. Like the Walt Disney once famously said, I don't make animation for kids. I make animation for the kid in you. So he actually targets the kid in every adult. I think that's the most important thing and the most important takeaway for every animator, every person who's part of this industry to keep in mind that storytelling has to be the core of everything. I mean, it has to start with a good story. Concept is very essential. I mean, a lot of people go wrong with making a show and यार 2 character ले लेते हैं, उनको आपस में fight करा देंगे, एक villain होगा. इतना simple नहीं है. आप बैठोगे, when you sit to watch, I mean, you think from a kid's perspective, we are not dealing with, we are talking to a kid, but actually we are dealing with adults. Because the biggest problem what a creator makes is that, underestimating the audience and saying that, oh यार बच्चों के लिए कुछ भी बना देते. ऐसा नहीं है. A lot of heart and soul and a lot of stuff because they understand. उनको you can't fool them. They understand. I mean, if a person is falling down, हाँ केले का छिलका वहाँ है, इसके लिए गिरा है वो. ऐसे ही नहीं भागते भागते गिर गया. You can't make senseless stuff. So, I mean, we are actually catering to a very intelligent audience because everything is black and white for them. There is no gray area in this. And that's why they are one of the most toughest audience to crack. I mean, I've been in the industry for the last 20, 22 years, and all I've noticed is the evolution is, kids are growing up. They're passing on the baton to their brothers and sisters. They're following suit. They're watching the same content. That's why shows like, I think Megha spoke about Motu Patlu being, been there for last 10 years and kids are still watching it. I mean, obviously, there are different kids who are watching it. Their brothers and sisters are watching it. The elder kids have moved on to different content, anime and all other kind of stuff, what they like, which has the 14+ content. So I think in everything what we create, I think the story is the most essential. Concept has to have longevity. Obviously, the genre, if you ask me what works currently and what will keep on working, and it has been a classic example, if you take shows from the past, it's comedy and action. And anything in that genre, if you create with all your heart and obviously have some sense into making that and don't make mindless, senseless slapstick comedy, obviously kids and audience will appreciate and accept it.
Sure. Utkarsh, just talking about content and taking that conversation further, there have been IPs that Rainshine has developed. And so please talk a little more about that. And also if you could throw some insight into how the insight generation work is done. So how's the, how do you handle the research part? Because I think a lot of us are familiar and I for particular, I'm very familiar with how, we used to handle market research with companies like P&G and Nestle and Reckitt. Sure. But just curious to know how it's handled in the kids space.
So yeah, not so much, not necessarily only on the kids space, but coming to one, for example, the subculture, pop culture, for example, the percolation or prevalence of, let's say, esports, catalyst events like, study from home, moms wanting kids to be further, focused onto saying, "Acha, mera sar mat kha, tu ab tere ko, Minecraft khelna, to bhi Minecraft khel le boss," right? I know, for example, so we created an IP around gamer moms. The insight is, I have finally realized why my kid wants that extra 2 minutes to stay and play the game or complete that level, because completing that level is more important than finishing lunch or finishing homework, right? And therefore, the mom's now converted to a gamer. And she's found her cohort and now gone out, looking for other, like soccer moms, has gone out to look for gamer moms. And we have a show around that. And it's targeted at a niche of a niche, but because the insight is global, we hope it will resonate with the rest of the moms and the kids, right? So that's only one example. I mean, that's not a science that we've evolved which just says, okay, all of our content will be created like that. But coming to a quick kind of example from Rainshine, like I said, I think we're a young company, so only 3 years, but 3 years old, 4 years old since inception. I kind of, deduct the 2 years of the pandemic, and therefore we are only 2 years old in that sense. But because of the people who work with us, great creators, etc. So, we've come up with one of the needs of the digital media or the digital world that we live in was not only just vanilla content. It was content backed by interactivity, and therefore we've created, we invested in storytelling, which would lead us to interactivity. So therefore, there is an entire ecosystem of games that we own, which you can then, these are gaming engines given to animation, and you can then, you can code the UI depending on, let's say, a brand conversation that you're having. So you can have like a game like a Candy Crush, where you can, now your leveling up is collecting Cadbury's points or Kellogg's points or health points. Then we have storytelling around fruits and vegetables, right? We have storytelling around moms and kids. Like we have a fleshed out, let's say, an FPC, which is like 400 episodes of, kids content related to parenting, which talks about everything from prenatal all the way up till, let's say, 5 years, 6 years of the child, what a mother needs and what a kid needs, and psychology mixed with science and so on and so forth. So there's various genres of that, but I think for us, what's been the driving philosophy till now has been to build in interactivity into the content, and that's purely because of the digital world that we live in. So if that gives you a sense of how we're approaching this kids content area.
So we've spoken about content, Shamini. What I want to ask you is, how has the distribution evolved? What is the innovation you're seeing on that? I know Hungama has been busy doing a lot of innovative stuff. Where do you see things are evolving?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if I look at what we've been doing as a company, right, we have our own OTT platform, which is the main Hungama. In fact, Hungama Play was a separate video platform. Now it's combined with music. So kids, of course, kids content is part of the offering. We're also launched a separate OTT, which was what I had mentioned with regards to the whole age philosophy, where we were creating original content. But I think the biggest challenge was always, how do you monetize, right? So I wish Nupur was part of our team, then we would have gone to her saying, please help us monetize this. But, the reality here is you have limitations when it comes to advertising revenue. SWOD is picking up in a lot of OTT platforms, but I think kids as a genre from an SWOD perspective is still very, very nascent. So currently we ourselves have taken another pivot to the whole approach, and we've launched our own metaverse, and we believe the way we are building the metaverse, we first of all believe that we are defining how people can build metaverse and actually be a part of our platform, where then it's kind of industry agnostic, genre agnostic, and I think there's an opportunity to bring in kids content and kids interactions. And I think like what Utkarsh said, the interactivity is now hygiene. It's like at one time Facebook brought in things like and heart, and everybody had to have it. That's what it's becoming now. If you don't have an interaction element, you will not be able to really grow and get that kind of engagement and feedback. But yeah, from a distribution point of view, I think it's work in progress for life. Every vehicle now is very, is very territorial about the community they have. You go to a telco, they're like, ye hamari community hai. You go to an app store, that's their community. You go to a Play Store, so, everyone's building communities. The reality is the consumer is saying, मैं किसी का नहीं हूँ. मैं जाऊँगा जहाँ पे मुझे जाना है. So, ठीक है. I mean, I think it's all work in progress. We've got to look at the right age, the right kind of content, the right kind of presentation and interaction. And I believe, it'll all work when stakeholders like this sitting together can collaboratively work and create one solution so that the consumer doesn't really have to think or the child doesn't have to think, मैं कहाँ जाऊँ? So yeah, we're all, I think, trying in our own way.
Okay, interesting. So Shamini, you said that consumer किसी का नहीं है, उसका मन है जहाँ जाएगा. Vishal, talk to us about the advertiser. Where do you think is the advertiser wanting
वो कहीं नहीं आता.
Because that's where the buck is, and what have been the concerns? What's going on in the mind of the advertiser? What are their compulsions? What are their privileges? Please throw some light on that.
So, again, I would say there are two schools of thoughts here. There is obviously a challenge that advertisers face, from a constraint perspective, because they want to be very cognizant and conscious about talking to kids and talking directly to kids. And, therefore, the part that we were discussing earlier in terms of content and storytelling and branded content, that could be, a great route for advertisers to take. One of the questions that advertisers often ask is, what will be my ROI? What will be my ROAS? If I spend so much,
Sir,
how do I
it's the only question.
measure
It's
it?
not one of the questions.
Let me share an interesting perspective on that. So, one of the stories I tell, a recent story that I myself experienced is I went to a friend's house and the daughter and the mother were having this huge fight and discussion on 2,000 versus 5,000. So I was like, what's this happening? What's this fight about? And the mother's like, she wants 5,000. And I'm like, what's this 5,000 about? She wants 5,000 rupees a month. I said, okay, but for what? As a pocket money on Amazon. So it's no more giving physical pocket money. It's Amazon pocket money, which is given to the child. And she will make a monthly wish list on what all she wants to buy and shop. And then the mother will, the parent will approve that. And that will come home.
Did
right?
Amazon realize they were marketing to kids?
Absolutely, right? So just imagine how the purchase behaviors are changing, and for brands who are looking at traditional ROIs, they're never going to find this here, right? And therefore this whole, thought on LTV, which is lifetime value of that consumer. If you get that consumer early on as a child, and if you are, talking to various cohorts, you can partner with that child through the life in different stages, of course, depending on the brand, product, category, etc. But yeah, so, there are a lot of different models evolving. If you look at a lot of the startups, right, they measure something called the LTV very actively, which is extremely different from how traditional advertisers look at ROI or ROAS. So, that's another interesting way of how the ad spends are kind of evolving, how investments are evolving. But definitely, I do see an upside on that. Marketers will continue to, think hard, on innovative ways on how to attract children and continue investing on onboarding them as early as possible.
Sure. Thank you. And Nupur, just further calling out the elephant in the room, the ROI. What has been your experience with regard to, your outreach in this zone?
So I've heard ROI on branded content more times than I've taken possibly my family members' names. And every time I go to any brand, it's like, there are brands which I've been dealing for 4 or 5 years as well, right? And I haven't still converted them. Not a good thing, but well, I'll get there. So yeah, that's one big challenge so much. So I think I'm trying to do research with academicians to figure out. I think what we need to do, first of all, is change the definition of ROI for this audience specifically, right? It can't be transactional like the CPRPs or the FCTs or the impressions on the digital medium, which itself is very challenging. So yeah, the definition of ROI. Of course, we face the challenges largely for the audience, something which we were discussing, the ethics, the brand guidelines, the assumptions that what the audience assumes about this audience, like the parents, the gatekeepers. So you have to cross a lot of barriers. And every brand eventually wants a conversion in terms of whether the sales is picking up or not. We've had some successful cases with our diamond rings, which is a Pratap Snacks brand. We've had great stories with Perfetti. We've had continuous engagement with them. The reason why these kind of brands have been there with us is because they have been consistent with us. I guess the channel performance and the way we identify the white spaces in the genre of content that we bring and the marketing stuff that we do, that adds to it. But just to add on, like you both spoke about the metaverse, right? We at Nickelodeon, we try and identify those white spaces and things which we know needs to be touched upon by the kids as well. So you kind of let them be there and let them explore what is possibly coming. You can't have a child, right? You won't be like, yeah, you know, I want to protect my child from everything. So we try to give the advertisers as much as possible, and hence we have these kind of brands which have been consistent with us. The sales studies have always shown there has been fluctuations upwards, downwards, basis the market, but of course they've stuck to the commitment that they have with the channel and the partner. And not just advertising or branded content per se, there are legs to it, right? Apart from getting your brand inside the content and making sure that the child notices it, uses the pester power to make sure that the parent is buying that stuff, you have to be in the entire environment. You have to be in the ecosystem. So whether it's gaming, we've been doing great stuff with Nazara for quite some time. We have our own games as well. So we get there. But no, I've never been able to satisfy the ROI for any brand. Trust me, I can tell you that.
Try the LTV dimension now.
Yeah, possibly we'll do that. So it's a tough one, but I would just request the advertisers to look at it a little more broadly, a little more, and engage a little more. I mean, this is an audience which you're talking to adults, right? You want it at a price which you're willing to possibly give away to other genres, and let me not say IPL right now, but you're willing to put that kind of money over there. But here, this is an audience, like you said, it's growing, it's making an opinion from at a particular age. The child who's watching Motu Patlu at the age of 6 years will possibly enjoy it on Discord while he or she is playing a game in the background where they talk. So that is the kind of immersion that you need possibly to have with kids and touch across upon all platforms, and hopefully then we'll get the ROI.
Sure. Interesting perspective, Nipul. We have about 3 minutes left. Are there any audience questions? Otherwise, I wanted to ask another question. Anything that the audience would like to ask? It's a very similar case of, you know, when a kid is growing up and they are about 12 years of age, suddenly sometimes when you go shopping for clothes for them, you find there's nothing in the kids section, and what you have in the adult section is not probably, you know, appropriate for them in terms of the design and the fabric and so on. So you're stuck somewhere in between. So completely understand your question.
So this is my take, because I have a 15-year-old boy and a 19-year-old girl. They always watch shows which was not appropriate for their age. But I think the reality is that, and again, it depends gender-wise, right? I think girls get more into social media as they, you know, start growing up or have access to their own device. So they're not really dependent on long-form content at all. You know, I think the Reels takes care of their entertainment. And as far as the boys are concerned, I'm sure most people will agree once they hit 12 or 13, it's the games. So they don't really, again, care for live action. So there's really no audience for it that much. Yeah, so I think somebody will, I mean, you know, production houses, media houses are going to have to take that investment hit and look at it as something that they start, which may start seeing ROI, you know, 5 years down the line. But by then, the age you're creating for now will not be interested. So, you know, it's like I was seeing this conversation on India Today with regards to, pausing on Chat GPT. And Rahul, the journalist, he made a very valid point. He said, by the time the government figures out how to get this on hold, everything else will have moved on. We'll have ChatGPT 5, 6, 7. So I think that turnaround time is a bigger challenge. And I'm sure someone like Utkarsh, who runs a content creation house, will be able to actually answer how soon can you start creating those kind of content.
I want to hear some contrary points of view, so please go ahead.
Yeah, so contrarian only. Sorry, what's your name? Hi, Rupal. So one is, sure, maybe the conversation here is probably skewed towards animation, and that's because maybe we brought that to the table. But like again, I talk about Rainshine. We do everything other than animation as well, right? So one was, sure, there is a context for kids, and animation may be easier to produce from a storytelling, production, longevity, season on season, and so on and so forth, right? अभी बच्चे आप cast करोगे, कल तो 2 साल बाद तो बड़ा हो जाएगा, उसको कहाँ से पकड़ के लेके आओगे? So I mean, there are real life concerns. But I mean, for example, we also produce a lot of live sports. I've been part of lots of sports shows. For example, the IPL, talking about it, नहीं छोड़ेगा कभी भी, right? So there is a kids, component to that. Star used to produce a live show dedicated at kids fans of the IPL. So it will find expression, right? So we're not saying live, content is not relevant for kids. And there are enough. I gave 2-3 examples. This whole moms concept, the reality shows. All of this is non-animation content, so to speak. So we are as much for it as it were for animation. But like I said, the immersion, interactivity, recognizing that this audience is still in an impressionable age where they haven't necessarily, found their own choices, and therefore insights matter or great content matters that much more. And that's really what the holy grail for us is.
Thank you.
Can I just add one more thing? I recall that there was a time, I think my daughter was about 12 or 13 at that time. There were at least 5 or 6 television series which were catering to that age group. One of them was Hannah Montana, Hindi version, but there were also Indian shows. I remember there's this one show where this girl used to keep, the standard line was, "Ye to bahut down market hai." So I mean, the kids really connected. But you're right, I don't know why it has stopped. Our kids are now watching Netflix, which is having those kind of shows under Disney. So, I don't know, I think Woot needs to, Viacom needs to maybe start creating some stuff.
Very soon you shall see that on Geo Cinema.
All right, Kupal, you got your answer.
Thank you. And the screen is showing me that the time is up, and lovely having this discussion with you. And in my heart, I'm thinking that when this kind of a discussion takes place next year, we've moved on and we have made, real progress in terms of the content, in terms of the branded content specifically that we were talking about. And we have a different set of issues to address, and hopefully we're not talking about the same things that we did this year. Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the lovely session. I'll request all of you to be over here. May I please call upon stage Siddharth Laik, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz Media Network, to kindly give away the mementos and the special hamper from Mad Over Donuts. Can we please have the memento and the hamper? Time for the donuts now. Thank you so much. Let's have a photo opportunity, please. Thank you so much. Huge round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We'll just take 2 minutes to kindly set up the stage before we move forward.
तुझे देखने के चक्कर में मेरा हर बटन खराब हो गया है। तुझ पर मुझसे ज्यादा प्रेशर है। फिर भी तेरा स्प्रेड मुझसे बेटर है। मेरी तो सांसें फुला दी है। पूरी फैमिली ने बैठ कर मेरी कमर ही सुजा दी है। सब तेरी वजह से निकलोडियन।
दुबई ट्रिप, आईफोन 13 और ना जाने क्या क्या देकर बच्चों को अपने साइड पर किया रे।
All right, we move quickly to the next one. Before that, I would like to thank our sponsors and partners once again for their unconditional support. Nickelodeon presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rainshine Entertainment, associate partners Neela Film Productions, Mad Over Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, 24 Frames Digital, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to kids, I believe moral values is something that's very important. It helps to shape up their entire life, and I believe that they become the people who they are eventually because of the kind of grooming, the mental conditioning. And I believe in terms of that, values is something that's very important, so it needs to be imparted the right way. The next topic for the moment is value-based education for kids. For that, may I please call upon stage Nityanand Charan Das, Leadership and Mindfulness Coach, for a session.
Hello.
Thank you so much, sir. The stage is all yours.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नमः ओं विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिने इति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Hare Krishna. So, I actually do not like to go to malls, and I didn't know this event is here. But now when I have come inside, I think I'm going to come again. It's just the child in me is just maybe pushing me to come back, seeing all this. But the topic that has been given to me is
value education for the kids. And there is a good news and a bad news as well. Bad news is that in a country like India, which is the land of dharma, righteousness, we have to discuss this topic there. And second, the good news is that we are discussing it actually. Because in India, the culture that we have, the values come naturally. I remember when I was growing up, in my school, we used to have textbooks which would teach us that every morning you wake up, first you offer pranams to Mother Earth. Then you go and touch feet of your parents, other elders in the family. Then you offer respects to Surya Dev, like that. So there was that value system. Unfortunately, at least I am not aware if those books are still in practice and if they are still being taught. Because with the passage of time, things do get degraded. Could you just request them to lower their volume? Yeah, so with the passage of time, things do get lost. That is why Kala or time factor is the most important or the most powerful force in this world. And just like the definition of success, over the last 70 years, the definition of success has changed. And whatever we believe in, that's what we teach our children, right? So the definition of success has changed from character ethics to personality ethics. Earlier, the definition of success was if a person had a good character, the values of humility, compassion, modesty, selflessness, service attitude. And now the personality ethics have become the success, the definition of success. How you behave in your social interactions, how you dress up, how you smile. Now, if you are at the top, it doesn't matter how you have reached that level, even if you had manipulated your way to the top, still you are considered a success. So with the passage of time, things have degraded. And the value system, of course, has gone down. Now, because of this, parents are teaching their children how to be successful, how to be famous, right? But are we also teaching them how to be happy? Success, fame, and happiness, these are three different things. A person may be very successful in life, but may not be very famous. He may just want, he doesn't want any limelight. He may be just living in the background. And a person may be very famous, but not successful. Take, for example, a TikToker. Now, he may have like 20 million followers. He may be making some weird stuff, shorts. What do you call those on, like Instagram we have Reels, shorts on YouTube. What do you call short videos on TikTok? Anyways, you understood. So a person may make some weird stuff and he gets like millions of views. Now, does that mean he's also successful? He's famous, but he's not successful. At the same time, people may be very successful and famous, not necessarily they are happy also. And the reason, I'll give you some statistics. Like scientific advancement has made our life very comfortable, no doubt about that. But it was also promised that scientific advancement will lead to happiness. Comfortable? Yes. But every year, the number of people committing suicide is increasing. Every year, more than 1 million people, and this is just the reported number, more than 1 million people committing suicide all over the world. So that means, and this number is greater than the number of people being killed in murderous crimes, terrorist attacks, and wars combined together. One terrorist attack, and there is so much hue and cry. The whole nation, the whole world talks about it. One war, everybody talks about it. One murder, everybody talks about it. Everyone reports about it. And still, the number of people, all three combined together, and on one side we have the number of people killing themselves is greater than the number of people being killed by others. And there's no discussion about it. So where is the value system? So the whole world is teaching us how to grow externally. Now imagine a tree. Imagine this tree. Is it real? No, no? It's not real. So just imagine this is a real tree and you've seen it grow when it was a plant, little. And so imagine it has grown from outside, but the roots have remained small. What will happen? Thoda sa hawa aayega, gir jayega. That's what is happening. And externally, as they say, smiling faces, crying hearts. Everybody seems to be happy, but little problem in their life, and they come to a point, there is depression, there is anxiety, and they come to a point where they start feeling that dying is less painful than living. So externally, of course, there is a lot of growth, but what about internal growth? What about inner strength? So we have to see that we have to teach our children how to be successful, famous. Even if we don't teach, their destiny will bring these two things to them, if it is in their destiny. And if they do their part, they play their part. Now two things are there. Not that वो destiny में है आ ही जाएगा तो बैठे रहो घर पे. Two things. There are two extremes. Some people think सब वो देख लेंगे. And some people think यही करना पड़ेगा, इसी से होगा, कर्म से ही सब कुछ होगा. Both are extremes. Now there is कर्मवाद and देववाद. देववाद means कुछ मत करो वो देखेंगे. कर्मवाद mean हमारे कर्म पे ही सब कुछ है, वो सब कुछ नहीं. Both are two extremes. Now you sow a seed, that is karma, that is our effort. But is that enough? We need rains also, and that is the grace. So there is effort and the grace. There is karma and therein there is divine grace. So when it comes to value system, what kind of values are we teaching? Because we all have a nature. Even if somebody is very naughty, a child, very naughty child, now you may tell him, stop doing this, sit in that corner. For how long? Right? He has a nature to be very active, very naughty. So how much ever we try to teach values externally, oh, you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't have ego, you should be humble. But what about that person's nature? The Bhagavad Gita, I'll bring that angle into this discussion now because it is very important. Because Gita is like the manual for life. It creates that foundation. वहाँ से फिर समझ में आएगा क्या करना है. So everybody, Krishna says, is born with a particular nature coming from the past. And that's why we think, I like this kind of food, I like this color, I like this kind of association, this is my faith. Where is that coming from? I like music, I like sports. That's the nature we are carrying from the past, and it is extremely difficult to change it by our own efforts externally. So how much ever we try to inculcate values in children, but what about that nature that they are carrying? It will manifest at some point. So therefore, when we talk about a value system, it must start at the age of 5. Chanakya Pandit says that from 1st to 5th year, give your children as much love as possible. And 5 to 16, strict discipline. Teach them whatever you want to teach them. And 16 onwards, treat them as your best friends. हम लोग कई बार उल्टा कर देते हैं. 5 से 16 तक जो करना है करो, and then 16 के बाद we try to bring them back. So this is the age of learning. And when we talk about value system or education, there is material learning, but at the same time, we also have to start creating a very strong spiritual foundation from the age of 5. Because there is a verse in the Bhagavad, I'll talk about the scientific aspect also. Yasyasti bhaktir bhagavati akinchana sarver gunes tatra samasate suraha. That anyone who has a genuine spiritual foundation, that child or any person will automatically develop all the values without any separate endeavor or without somebody coming and training him up in those values. They will automatically manifest. All the divine qualities will manifest. There is a psychiatrist named Keith Ward. He has written a book, Is Religion Dangerous? And his findings, he says, children who have a strong spiritual foundation, they are less prone to depression, hypertension, criminal tendencies are almost nil, and they are mentally stronger than their non-believing counterparts. He's not an Indian, he's not even somebody who follows religion, but this is his analysis. 3 people from Harvard, they collected 2,000 already published papers from all over the world, researched and published. Not that they did some research. And the research was centered around attending one religious sermon in a week. That's what they call it. We call it satsang, we call it value education or whatever. So, but he was specifically referring to a religious sermon, spirituality. Now, when we say value system, I'm specifically referring to spiritual values. So, that being the foundation. So, he said children, all those 2,000 papers had one thing in common, that children who attended at least one such session in a month, in a week, they tend to be much happier, stronger mentally, and they live longer, they found, by 6.5 to 13.2 years. So you talk about scriptures, you talk about science. They both speak the same thing. So this education also must start at the age of 5. Material advancement, yes. We teach everybody, whoever is dependent on us, material advancement, but simultaneously we also have to teach them how to advance spiritually. Automatically everything will fall into place. A 13-year-old will not have to commit suicide. A 25-year-old will not have to commit suicide. A 11-year-old will not be going through depression. I मैं आपको case studies बता रहा हूँ, which I've come across. I'm dealing with some of those children, and I'm seeing that I don't do much of counseling. I just involve them in sessions, give them some practice that they can incorporate in their daily routine, and the results are phenomenal. So we shouldn't wait for that stage to come and we start thinking, oh, I wish I had given them this from the beginning. Oh, I wish, now what can we do? So why do we send our children to school when they're young? Because that's the age of learning. So when it comes to learning, learning becomes complete where there is knowledge about matter, the whole world is teaching, and then there is knowledge about spirit, antimatter, which is the spiritual part. And both should go hand in hand. Children pick up samskars from 3 places, or habits you can say. And children, actually, you tell children to do something, they won't pick up that. They will pick up what you do, what they see you doing. Now we can't be sleeping at 2 in the night and telling our children, jaldi sona chahiye, jaldi sona chahiye, jaldi sona chahiye. Don't be on your phone all the time, and then he or she sees you on the phone all the time, and the language that we use. So samskars, children pick up samskars from 3 places: the school, society, and home, family. Schools are not giving, unfortunately. Or maybe rare schools might be, but at least I have not come across any such school. Society is not giving. So bacha kya? Ghar. तो घर पे हम लोग नहीं देंगे तो फिर कौन देगा? Children are like clean slate. जो आप लिखेंगे लिखवा लेंगे. And strong mental health is directly proportional to strong spiritual foundation. Another person writes in his book, I forgot the name of the book. But, so therefore, mother has been given the position of a guru in the scriptures. Guru, teacher, king, and the mother. And Bhagavad is even more strict. It says no one has the right to become a father, a mother, a guru, a teacher, a leader, if they cannot give their dependents, people who are looking up to them, people who follow them, if they cannot give them this divine connection. In the Gita, Krishna says, anyone who does not have a divine connect, this foundation, he cannot have a steady mind and intelligence. And anyone who doesn't have a steady mind and intelligence cannot have peace. And when there is no peace, where is the question of happiness? So our aspiration to be happy and actual happiness, there is a missing link. And I'll end with this one point. Maybe I'll take one or two questions if you have. So we all want to be happy, right? No matter what we do, the goal is happiness. If somebody comes and tells me, no, my goal is to earn money, my goal is to become the famous sports star. No, you're all lying. You are doing these things because you think these things will make you happy. But if that same activity stops giving you any happiness, you stop doing it. So the goal is happiness, not the activity. How much ever we do, the happiness that we experience is flickering. The graph is not like going up. It's uneven. So this is the missing link. Why I'm emphasizing on giving a strong spiritual foundation, and जहाँ से सब जो value system आप ढूंढ रहे हैं वो निकलेगा, because the Bhagavad Gita explains who we really are. It says we are spiritual beings having these material bodies. So that is our real identity. At our core, we are spiritual. Therefore, spiritual environment is our natural environment. Spiritual life is our natural life. So just like a fish, the natural environment for the fish is water. Now you take the fish out. Take it on a world tour. उसको आप पिज़्ज़ा खिलाइए, गुजराती हैं तो ढोकला थेपला खिलाइए, सिंधी हैं तो सिंधी कड़ी खिलाइए, दाल बाटी खिलाइए, डोसा खिलाइए. Will the fish be happy? वो तो मर जाएगी तड़प तड़प के. So as soon as it is back in water, फिर आप चाहे उसको कुछ दो ना दो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. So because that is the natural environment for the fish. So being spiritual, the first and the foremost and the most fundamental teaching of the Gita, which Krishna gives in the Bhagavad Gita, as soon as he starts speaking. Because unless we know who we are, बाकी जो भी करेंगे सब गड़बड़ी होगा. Imagine you have a company, you have employed 100 people, and जैसे ही 100 लोग आए, आपने बोला चलो सब काम पे लग जाओ. You not even define the roles. तो chaos होगा, they will be confused. So the first and foremost is to understand who we are, who that self is. We are talking about self-help. And then we can understand, unless I know I am Nityanand Charan Das, मैं भूल चुका हूँ, तो फिर सबको जो भी होगा गलत ही करूँ, किसी के भी घर में चला जाऊँगा, किसी से क्या बात करूँ, कुछ पता नहीं, कहाँ जाना है, क्या करना है. So if we understand this one deep, important concept, that we are spiritual beings, that's the first thing he talks about, not these material bodies, temporary. So it's we who need that help. So a spiritual being cannot be satisfied with any amount of material success or fame. It can only be, now doesn't mean you can't have those things. What I'm trying to say is, don't forget this aspect if you want to be happy in the long run. So when you talk about value system for the children, it must begin at the age of 5 by creating a strong spiritual culture at home, where they should see the parents following it, practicing it. And at the same time, when you do it, their why must be answered. Like one lady, she stays close by. She comes to temple and she's one day telling me, Prabhuji, today I brought my son to the temple and मैं उसको लेके आई बस. तो मेरी इच्छा है कि उसको मैं हर 15 दिन में लेके आऊँ. अच्छा किया ना मैंने. I said, yes, you did right. Now, even though they may not want to do it, but just like, even if they don't want to go to school, we push them. Nahi, school jana hai, because it's the right thing to do. They don't want to take the medicine, we still do it. But I said, yes, you bring him to temple, let him bathe in that divinity, thoda sa bhi rahega, he'll be blessed. But also make it very clear to him why he should come. Because unless that why is answered, it won't sustain. तो क्यों कर रहे हैं? कुछ पता ही नहीं है. Like you also won't get enthused if you're working in a company. आपसे काम करवाए लेकिन क्यों कर रहे हैं कुछ? वो why is not answered. It doesn't sustain. अभी तो ऐसा है कि चुप-चुप के psychiatrists also have started saying. One of our devotees' mother, she suddenly started going through some depression. घर से निकलना बंद कर दिया, रूम से बाहर निकलना बंद कर दिया. She was somebody who would go for a walk every day. Psychiatrist के पास लेके गए बहुत. Finally the psychiatrist said, you look, इनको ना कुछ spiritual books वगैरह पढ़ाओ. And she came, she had some books. And आप विश्वास नहीं करेंगे, 2 दिन में she's out. Another psychiatrist is telling the mother, ये आपके बच्चे को ना, because he was going through something, इसको थोड़ा बीच-बीच में हफ्ते में एक बार मंदिर में ले जाया करो. So gradually everybody is realizing the Western world has done it all, seen it all, but they're not satisfied. They're looking towards India now. In the Western world, 2 most important things, most famous things right now, yoga and kirtan. Kirtan and yoga, where is it coming from? So when I say culture, it means this culture. It binds together. A family that prays together stays together. So we have to learn this. And it has contributed a lot to our mental health also. It will continue, even though very few people practice it. But those who do, they are the witness. And personally, when we interact with so many people and see the transformation, they can always, of course, there's nothing better than real life examples. We can keep on talking. At the same time, I can also go on talking about it, but I can just say, this honey is sweet, honey is sweet. How will you understand it unless you taste it? So I never say, okay, you follow whatever I say blindly. Blind acceptance is really bad. But worst is blind rejection. कि बिना try किए, experiment किए ही सब. So you might be missing out on a rare diamond, thinking it to be a broken piece of glass. So yes, there is a great need, and personally, I have been working on this, and I'm just having some discussions going on how to create that culture for children. Like recently, we had one cultural event. So one thing I'm trying to do is have more cultural events where children's talents could be shown to other children also, parents also. So we had them perform a drama on Ramayana, and whole month they were so excited. So just bringing that culture back in. And remember, they don't have to give up anything. You don't have to give up anything. Spiritual life is not a life of rejection. It is a life of connection. आपको कुछ छोड़ना नहीं है, जोड़ना है life में. And if we are convinced about this principle, they will also be convinced. Because what comes from the heart goes to the heart. If they see us being fully satisfied like this, and the best service we can do to them is to be a good example. So therefore, this value system, if you just try to create a strong spiritual foundation for them, prayers, they'll become fearless, mentally much stronger, more balanced. They'll have a clear intelligence to take the right decisions in life. But try to do that, and remember this verse from Bhagavad. Anyone who will have this genuine, strong spiritual foundation will automatically develop all the good qualities. We don't have to worry. Hare Krishna. I have a lot to say, but I think I will stop here. I've completed my 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nityanand sir. May I please call upon stage Franklin Toscano, CTO and co-founder IWMBuzz Media Network, to present the memento and the Mad Over Donuts special hamper, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. Pleasure. Huge round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nickelodeon presents India Kids Summit Season 4, co-powered by Kidzania India, Rainshine Entertainment, associate partners Neela Film Productions, Mad Over Donuts, Puntoon Kids, The Brand Wagon, Radio City, 24 Frames Digital, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a fantastic audience since the morning, and I really, really appreciate you for your patience. Thank you so much for making India Kids Summit Season 4 a grand success, and we are looking forward to the next season with more excitement, more zeal, and more enthusiasm. Thank you so much. There's interesting refreshments, tea, coffee, etc. waiting for you all. Thank you so much. That's a wrap.